Good morning and welcome to Around the Globe on Aneke TV. First, let's look at stories making the headlines. Former Vice President Osibanjo calls for inclusive economic growth. Fuel marketers threaten strike over 600,000 naira levy in Abia. Governor Soludo urges voters to turn out in mass for Saturday's governorship election. On the foreign scene, United States arrests 5 over massive cross-border fraud scheme. Deadly drone strike hit refinery in Russia's Volgograd region. Fiji's UN envoy makes a surprise diplomatic visit to Taiwan. I am Aneke, now the news in detail. The federal government has held a diplomatic briefing in Abuja to push back against the United States designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern for alleged religious persecution. Officials stressed Nigeria's constitution is secular and described the CPC designation as based on mischaracterization of the country's legal framework. The permanent secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs reiterated that federal law contains no offense of blasphemy and that a Shari's courts in some states apply only to Muslims within the secular legal order. Government spokesman highlighted ongoing operations against multiple criminal and terrorist groups, arguing violence in Nigeria is criminal and threat-based, not state-directed persecution of one faith. Diplomats were told the designation could harm bilateral cooperation and that the federal government is engaging U.S. officials to clarify the situation and present its security statistics and rule of law arguments. Analysts say the diplomatic response aims to protect Nigeria's international standing, even as human rights advocates press for better protection of vulnerable communities. The U.S. action follows public statements from Washington and congressional pressure. The federal government has asked for a calibrated, evidence-based dialogue while denying systemic state-sponsored targeting of religious groups. Former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has urged African governments to stop celebrating GDP growth figures that don't improve citizens' lives. Speaking at the Ford Foundation's 65th anniversary in Abuja, Osinbajo highlighted the disconnect between macroeconomic numbers and the daily realities of ordinary Nigerians. He said, Africa is the fastest growing continent in GDP terms, yet remains the continent with the lowest quality of life. Growth does not mean jobs, healthcare, or a decent life for citizens. Osinbajo called for bottom-up policies prioritizing rural communities, women, youth, and informal workers, stressing that social justice must underpin economic planning. Citing examples from Bangladesh, Rwanda, and Lagos, he said inclusive governance boosts national productivity while corruption continues to deprive citizens of public services. A factional leader of the PDP, Mohammed Abdul Rahman, has announced the suspension of the PDP's planned November convention in Ibadan, citing an ongoing federal high court matter and internal legal disputes. The Umar Damagum-led National Working Committee disputed that move and insisted the convention would proceed as scheduled. Tension spilled into the party secretariat in Abuja, where security forces were reported on site after both sides mobilized supporters. One faction said the closure of the secretariat was a precautionary security measure. Former party figures accused the ruling APC of court-led destabilization, while the warring PDP camps treated allegations of misconduct. The NWC has suspended several party officials it accuses of wrongdoing. In turn, the faction that announced the suspension says judicial processes justify its action. The BOT subsequently convened and described itself as neutral, calling for reconciliation. Both sides set deadlines and committees for resolution as delegates prepare for a potentially fractious leadership election. Observers say the outcome will affect the PDP's organization ahead of 2027. The BDP Board of Trustees has met in Abuja and announced a high-powered reconciliation committee drawn from all geopolitical zones to mediate the party's internal dispute ahead of the elective convention. BOT officials described the committee as an effort to restore unity and stressed the BOT's role as the party conscience rather than a partisan arbiter. BOT leaders publicly expressed regret over public sins at the National Secretariat and emphasized reconciliation over confrontation, mandated the committee to report back within a fixed time frame. Party leaders urge restraint and adherence to internal rules while the matter is addressed. Meanwhile, the Damagum faction affirmed that a recent court ruling cleared legal hurdles for the convention to proceed, calling for delegates to focus on electing leaders who will rebuild party structures. The BOT described reconciliation as a demonstration of maturity rather than weakness. Party veterans called for calm and warned that prolonged infighting could erode the PDP's competitiveness. Reconciliation outcomes will shape the balance of power inside the party ahead of national contest. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, Abad Depot Unit, says Abia State raised a consolidated levy on marketers. The association describes the hike as punitive and says members would consider withholding services if the policy stands. IPMAN officials warned the measure could force some marketers to short sites and push pump prices up inside the state. In a statement attributed to Aba unit leaders, the association argued the increase came at a time when marketers are still adjusting to the post-subsidy market and said it would be anti-business if implemented without consultation. They gave the government a deadline to reverse the decision of its withdrawal of services. I was not able to independently verify the exact 600,000 naira figure cited on air from authoritative state sources on major national outlets at the time of writing. Local claims of a six-fold increase were reported in the bulletin, but no official Abia Tax Board release with that figure was found in national press databases. I therefore present the levy figure as an unverified claim attributed to IPMAN while noting IPMAN's public threat. We recommend seeking an immediate comment from the Abia State Board of Internal Revenue for confirmation. The state government had not responded to IPMAN's statement at press time in the bulletin. Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo has urged residents to turn out in large numbers for Saturday's governorship election, describing voting as a key act of civic responsibility. Speaking at his homecoming rally in Isofia, Aguata local government area, Soludo told supporters that every vote counts in shaping the state's future. He said his administration has recorded notable progress but needs continued public support to sustain development. Community leaders, including Chief Everest Oba and Fidelis Okafo, endorsed Soludo's re-election bid, praising his accessibility and grassroots reforms. The rally, attended by thousands and backed with donations exceeding 200 million naira, reaffirmed strong local support for the APGA candidate. Meanwhile, INEC says it is fully prepared for the poll with 24,000 ad hoc staff and 540 journalists accredited to cover elections across 5,718 wards in the state. 16 candidates are still in the race to unseat Soludo as voters head to the polls on November 8th. Bayelsa State is rewriting the story of public education in Nigeria. Under Governor Doye Diri's leadership, the Bayelsa Prime Initiative has propelled pupils to world-class learning levels. In Kulokoma, Okoma local government area, primary 4 pupils now read an average of 102 words per minute, a benchmark matching students in high-performing countries like the US, and numeracy scores have jumped by 35 percentage points. Dr. Gento Emela, Bayelsa's education minister, said the progress proves that public school children can excel when teachers are trained, classrooms are supported, and learning continues even amid challenges like seasonal flooding. This is not just academic improvement, it is a renewal of faith in public education, Emela said. Bayelsa children are now competing with the best globally, showing that excellence is defined by priority, not geography. The Course Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, Shehu Mohammed, has advised officers of the FRSC Rivers Command to work collectively in addressing the pressing issue of road traffic congestion in Rivers State. Mohammed gave the advice during a national town hall meeting and the Ember Month's Road Safety Campaign flag-off held in Port Harcourt on Wednesday. The Corps Marshal commended the officers for their dedication, commitment and loyalty to the agency and the nation. He also expressed appreciation to the wives of the officers for their support, which he noted had enabled their husbands to perform their duties effectively in service to the nation. Mohammed observed that in spite of the efforts of the agency, road traffic crashes and related trauma continue to pose a significant challenge in Nigeria, with far-reaching impact on individuals and the economy. He cautioned officers against engaging in extortion, lateness to work, and other forms of misconduct, while calling for multi-sectoral collaboration to tackle the problem of road traffic incidents. The course marshal further emphasized that Nigeria belonged to everyone, stressing the need for collective effort to make the country better and to reduce carnage on the roads. Henry Benemesia, Assistant Coast Marshal and Zonal Commanding Officer, FRSC Port Harcourt Headquarters, commended the Coast Marshal for uplifting the image of the agency during his tenure. This news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us all on social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now let's take a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Former Vice President Banjo pushes for economic growth that benefits citizens. Factional battle rocks PDP ahead of National Convention. Governor Soludo urges massive voter turnout ahead of Saturday's governorship poll. Coming up shortly, U.S. flags Nigeria again over alleged Christian persecution. U.S. naps 5 in massive cross-border fraud probe. Ex-Egypt minister poised to head UNESCO despite cultural controversy. And Fiji's UN ambassador makes surprise visits to Taiwan. Please stay with us.
The Arena with Chris Anibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris Anibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
You're still watching Around the Globe on Aneke TV. Now we move over to the foreign scene. United States President Donald Trump has once again labeled Nigeria a country of particular concern over alleged mass killings of Christians, calling the attacks an existential threat to Christianity. Trump claimed thousands of Christians are being killed by radical Islamist groups and urged immediate congressional action. This is not the first time Trump has raised the alarm of violence against Christians in Nigeria, reiterating that the U.S. cannot stand by while such atrocities occur. The federal government of Nigeria, led by President Bola Tinubu, insists the country remains a constitutional democracy that protects religious freedom and engages leaders of all faiths to address security challenges. The U.S. designation highlights human rights concerns and could have diplomatic implications, though the Nigerian government maintains the claims do not reflect reality. The United States has arrested 5 people, 4 Americans and 1 Canadian at Germany's request in a major global investigation into online fraud and money laundering. Authorities say the suspects were detained in California and are wanted for extradition to Germany. The probe, spanning 193 countries, LPP targets a network accused of stealing credit card details from over 4 million victims. German officials say 44 suspects, including former executives of payment service companies, were involved in processing the illegal payments. The U.S. Justice Department says the arrest marks a major step in dismantling an international cybercrime ring operating across countries. Ukraine launched a massive overnight drone attack on Russia, striking the southern city of Volgograd and igniting a major fire near an oil refinery. Officials say at least 1 person was killed when debris hit an industrial zone in the district mother home to Lukoil's key refinery. Russia claims its air defenses shot down 75 Ukrainian drones, with 49 intercepted over Volgograd alone. The assault forced 13 airports across Russia to suspend flights temporarily. The attack is part of Ukraine's continued push to cripple Russia's oil infrastructure as Moscow reports new advances in eastern Ukraine. Egypt's former Tourism and Antiquities Minister Khalid El Enani is set to become the next Director General of UNESCO, despite criticism over his record at home. Enani, 54, won overwhelming backing from UNESCO's executive board and is expected to be confirmed by all member states this week. His appointment marks the first time an Arab will lead the UN Cultural Agency. but heritage groups accuse him of failing to protect Cairo's historic city of the dead and other ancient sites during his tenure, calling the move irresponsible. Still, strong support from Arab and African nations is expected to secure his confirmation, and Aneke has pledged to build a UNESCO for the people and strengthen global cultural preservation. Still on the foreign scene, Taiwan says it hosted Fiji's United Nations Ambassador Filippo Tarakiniki this week, a rare visit given Fiji's official ties with Beijing, not Taipei. Tarakiniki met Taiwan's Vice President Kim and Foreign Minister Lin Chelong as part of a delegation that included allies from Paraguay and the Marshall Islands. China has yet to comment, but Beijing traditionally condemns any diplomatic contact with Taiwan, which it considers part of its territory. The visit underscores growing tensions in the Pacific, where Beijing and Washington are vying for influence. Despite its isolation, Taiwan maintains informal offices in several Pacific nations, including Fiji. In business, Nigeria's stock market suffered its sharpest fall this month, shedding over 240 billion naira on Wednesday after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened to invade Nigeria to tackle terrorism. The NGX all-share index dropped to 1.19%, dragging the market's total value down by more than 2.1 trillion naira in 3 days as investors rushed to sell off riskier assets. The naira also weakened across official and black markets, falling to 1,460 naira per dollar, driven by rising dollar demand and lower liquidity. Analysts say Trump's comments have rattled confidence, pushing investors to reprice Nigerian assets despite recent economic reforms. Experts, however, predict the impact may be short-lived, noting that markets often recover once political tensions ease. In the world of sports, Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen continued his sensational run in Europe, netting his first-ever UEFA Champions League hat-trick as Galatasaray defeated Ajax 3-0 in Amsterdam. Osimhen scored in the 59th, 65th and 78th minutes, securing Galatasaray's crucial away victory and earning his third consecutive Man of the Match award, a rare achievement in the competition's history. The performance also lifted him to the top of the Champions League goal-scoring chart, suppressing strikers like Erling Haaland and Kylian Mbappe. Analysts praised the Super Eagles forward for his sharp finishing, physical presence and leadership on the pitch. His form has strengthened Galatasaray's qualification hopes and cemented his status as one of Europe's most feared strikers this season. Still in sports, Ghana's National Sports Authority has lifted its suspension on professional boxing, paving the way for Matchroom's first-ever event in the country on December 20 at Accra's Legom Sports Stadium. The ban followed 2 deaths within 6 months, prompting the NSA to strengthen safety protocols and governance. With the suspension lifted, local and international promoters are encouraged to bring bouts to Ghana under the new safety standards. The December 20 show will feature Craig Richards versus Dan Aziz, along with heavyweight hopefuls Leo Atang and Nishat Dev. Matchroom plans an even bigger event in February 2026, potentially headlined by Anthony Joshua, who is training for his first fight in over a year. The move marks a major step for Ghanaian boxing, reopening doors for international competitions and investors. In entertainment, Nollywood actress Biola Bayo has sparked reactions online after lamenting the skyrocketing cost of Ashwebi for upcoming events. The actress reveals she has 801 bears to attend before the year's end, estimating her Ashwebi expenses at nearly 2 million naira. She said the cost of fabric, tailoring, makeup and transportation had become unbearable. Biola added that she would start wearing outfits she already owns, insisting that friends who make Ashwebi compulsory are indirectly asking her not to attend their parties. Her comments have ignited conversations about lavish spending and social pressure around Nigerian celebrations. And that's all around the globe. But before we end around the globe, here are the main points. Former Vice President Osim Bajo pushes for economic growth that benefits citizens. Fuel marketers threaten strike over Abia's 600,000 naira levy. Bielsa schools get global benchmark under dairies reforms. And that's the Aneke TV news at 9 a.m. For more news and live updates, follow us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, I am Amaka Nichi. Thank you for joining us.
Enugu State is known for its rich culinary heritage, with various local government areas contributing their unique dishes and specialties. Some popular dishes across Enugu State include Okpa, a traditional Igbo dish made from Bambara groundnuts; Abacha, a popular Nigerian dish made from dried shredded cassava; Nkwobi, a spicy cow leg dish; Abobo or Fiofio, a porridge made from pigeon peas; Ofe Akwu, a traditional Nigerian soup made with palm fruits oil extract; Akpu, a traditional Nigerian food made from cassava tubers; Ogba, a traditional Nigerian food ingredient made from fermented oil bean seeds; Okwa, African breadfruit often used in traditional dishes; Oha soup, a traditional Nigerian soup made with oha leaves and cocoyam paste. And going over to the local government areas, we begin in an Inri local government area, which is known for the following cassava-based dishes: gari, fufu, and processed flakes; market-made snacks like the okpa, which is the Bambara nut cake; akara-style bean fritters, and palm oil-based salads. Ogo local government is known for its hearty soups and stews, pepper soup variants and goats and Milton preparations, staples, yam and cassava. Enugu's local government area is known for their special delicacy Nkwobi, Isiewu, spicy cow leg, and street foods like pepper soup and grilled fish, and packaged traditional foods like dried abacha flakes and pre-packed okpa. And Enugu North is known for markets and ceremonial foods like abacha, smoked fish, ogba, which is fermented oil bean, and roasted proteins. Enugu South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago is known for markets and ceremonial foods like abacha, smoked fish, ogba, which is fermented oil bean, and roasted proteins. Enugu South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago also has the abacha and cassava-derived dishes, distinctive abacha preparations using dried and shredded cassava. Igbo Etiti local government is known for mixed staples like yam, cassava, and legumes with pigeon pea. They also have bean dishes like abobo, fiofio, and bean-based preparations. Igbo Eze North has rural produce like bambara nuts and cassava, as well as street breakfast items like okpa and akara. While Igbo Eze South has festive soups and cassava accompaniments like hearty soups and cassava derives like gari and fufu. In Isuzo local government area, the local government is known for highland crops like yam, tuber crops, and dried tuber dishes like variants, which is similar to achicha and abobo. Nkanu East also has the abacha styles and variants with different preparations using fresh native beans, fried ingredients, and local sauces of smoked fish. Nkanu West has yam and vegetable combos like festival dishes, combining tuber staples with special meat and seafood dressings. Nseka is known for their okpa, achicha, and abacha. They are widely reported as common local specialties, and they have the delicacy made with corn known as ayarayoka. Oji River is known for cassava-derived snacks, abacha ingredients, okwa, smoked fish, and okpaka is known for trade hubs and market supply. Udenu is known for garden vegetables and accompaniments and dried tuber preparations like leafy green soups and dried tuber snacks. Udi local government is also known for cassava products and abacha, popular abacha preparations, and cassava-based products with various soups. Uzuwani local government area is known for riverine and food networks, which are the okwa, tubers such as yam and cassava, and vegetable soups with their various ways of preparation, and also their festival cooking, which is a locally caught fish and smoked proteins.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Close your eyes. Let the years roll back. Echoes of the past, taking you back in time, where every story shines like a sweet old rhyme. From classic hits to faces we've missed, from golden days to timeless bliss. It's not just memories, it is a journey through the moments that made us. Echoes of the past, the stories that last, on your Throwback Thursday, bringing back the past. Only here on Aneke TV, where yesterday lives again.
Amadio hosted an exceptional business summit, a special edition masterclass for CEOs at the Amadio Event Center in Enugu, Nigeria. Widely regarded as the best of its kind, the summit was designed to empower Southeast business owners with strategies to build compelling brands, attract more customers, and boost profits. The keynote speaker, Dr. Emeria Agonwa, described business as a battlefield, speaking at length about what sets brands apart. He urged entrepreneurs to create business that spark emotions, inspire confidence in the masses, and understand their growth dynamics before scaling. Dr. Agonwa also clarified the distinction between horizontal and vertical business growth, offering practical insights to guide attendees.
So in business, you wake up there to see things like that's what China is doing. China did not infiltrate the market like everyone, like Nigerians want to. They went to the core so that your brother from Anambra State goes to China. They call them white label. Who knows what they call white label products? Yeah. Beautiful. White label product is that you can call any product, wristwatch, t-shirt, shoe, anything you have in the back of your mind as your idea. Just put your logo, but we own the product. Who are you buying from? China. That is it. So that's how they have vertical growth. But you are having horizontal growth by selling to more people. But the more horizontal growth is dependent on vertical growth.
Participant Mr. Francis Oka, speaking to Aneke TV, praised the program as very impactful, highlighting its actionable takeaway.
The facilitator is loaded and the content is massive, especially as it has to do with making that progress from just being a self-employed person to being a business owner, running a business for you with structures and systems in place. So yes, it was really, really impactful.
Another attendee, Mrs. Daberuchi Chiemere, called it amazing and an eye-opener.
Okay, it's so amazing. Like, it's not, I didn't waste my time. The time is actually well spent. Like, I love it. I got to understand some things. I was actually, my eyes opened to some things I was actually neglecting.
Similarly, Somto Chukwuokafo and Asi Benjamin shared that the summit inspired them to think outside the box, encouraging them not to consume but to produce and expand their ventures.
One of the things that inspired me is the ability for me to be able to think outside the box, not just to think about consumption, but think of ownership.
My take home on this is not to limit myself on one area of my sector,
The summit, which drew participants from across the Southeast, was highly interactive. Dr. Agunwa invited attendees to share their business challenges, offering tailored solutions on the spot. He also debunked common business misconceptions and encouraged owners to build ventures with lasting values, emphasizing that the market is eager for Africans to seize global opportunities. Chidimmi Kemede, Aneke TV. Over the years, parents and guardians have battled with the rising cost of school materials, and at the center of this challenge are non-transferable textbooks, popularly known as workbooks. These books are designed in such a way that once a child has written in them, they cannot be passed on to siblings or other students. At first, the idea seemed innovative, but over time, some school management began making these books compulsory. Pupils and students without them often found themselves unable to complete certain assignments, creating a sharp departure from the long-standing practice of simply using notebooks. While convenient for teachers, this academic style came at a cost literally. Families were forced to purchase new copies every academic year, thereby increasing the economic hardship for the family. Recently, the governments of Imo, Benue, Anambra, and Ondo states moved to address this burden by banning the use of non-transferable textbooks in their schools. The decision has sparked conversations across communities. When Aneke TV spoke with parents and guardians, reactions were mixed. Many expressed relief, welcoming the chance to save money and return to a culture of reusing books. Others, particularly in states yet to adopt the policy, are watching closely, hoping similar changes will soon reach their children's classrooms.
I believe the government meant well for schools by making that policy of non-transferable textbooks to schools. Though it has not gotten down to Enugu State, but I believe in due time our government will review its own as well. It's not bad for me to say that. It's not bad because the curriculum review, I know it comes, I think, 3 years, every 3 or 4 years. If a textbook, if a child or children in a particular family uses the textbook, at the time there will be another curriculum review. If it prompts to change that textbook, we will follow suit. It's a welcome development, and I believe the government meant well.
It's quite discouraging and it's quite disturbing that somebody, your sibling, the book, for instance, the book somebody used, then that the person's sibling, the child's sibling, that is coming to the class the next academic session will not use that book. It's not healthy, it's not the ideal thing. It's exploitative. And wherever such thing is tenable, they should think twice and change it, because it's not good.
It's a beautiful and welcome development. In this situation, I think the government meant well for both parents, learners, and schools. So with this, I think that the parents will no longer complain of paying for textbooks, each term pay for textbook and all that. And also the teachers will have a separate book or a separate exercise book for homework and other things. So the writing in the textbook, most times when you give the learners textbooks to do their homework, before the term will run out, in fact, it will not even last for a whole section.
As schools reopen, the ban is already making a difference. Parents in the affected states breathe easier, while those elsewhere continue to push for reform. For many, the bigger hope is not just to cut costs, but to restore an educational tradition where books are handed down, knowledge is shared, and no
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042, and good morning to everyone watching. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, waking you up with smiles, joys, and fun. I am Deborah Wakoba, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in traffic, or even making breakfast, thank you for letting us into your space this great Thursday morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and today is Thursday, 6th, 2025 of November. And of course, it's a power-packed morning, and we have everything from trending stories, newspaper review, sport, and that special sunrise vibe to help you on your day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy the cruise, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and on today's show, we'll be kicking things off with our quote of the day, with words that are thoughtful, inspiring, and also words that can shape our perspective and offer insights with whatever we do to keep us well-focused, well-driven, and stay motivated.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key updates you need to remain informed will be served hot and tasty.
Yes, and we've also got that full weather report covering cities across the southeast, and also to help us stay well prepared before stepping out.
And let us wrap things up with today's celebrations or observance to lift your spirits.
Okay, now let's go to our inspiration segment. Now let's start the day with a powerful thought from the great philosopher Plato, who once says in his quote, "For a man to conquer himself is the first and noblest of all victories." I'm going to take that again, coming from Plato. He says, "For a man to conquer himself is the first and noblest of all victories." This quote reminds us that the greatest battles we face are not always with others, but within ourselves. Every day we deal with our own doubts, fears, anger, or habits that try to hold us back. Conquering yourself means gaining control over your emotions, your reactions, and your desire. And this quote is also about discipline, choosing to stay calm when it's easier to get angry, staying focused when distractions call, and doing what's right even when no one is watching. That kind of victory builds real strength and character. Now, of quote from Plato, "For a man to conquer himself is the first and noblest of all victory." Now, doing things for yourself, and when you say conquer yourself, actually, I believe what it means is that for you to come out or claim that you're victorious is if you conquer yourself. Like where I said you have to do things when no one is watching. Like, don't do things because people are supervising you or because there's someone watching you, but instead you do things because you feel it is right and you feel that that is the right thing to do. That is when you are victorious. So, Mr. Uche, I would like to know your thought on this quote.
All right. You know, you have this tenacity for bringing provoking quotes that makes one to look inward and ask certain questions about himself. And this morning, Plato is very apt. You know, I like using that word because it's always straight to the point, drawing that inner self into that very quote. And Plato this morning, "For a man to conquer himself is the first and noblest of all victories." Now, we're talking about conquest here. It means that life itself is a battle. And what do? First of all, conquer yourself.
Yeah.
When you're able to win yourself, then you can stand tall as a noble person in victory.
Yeah.
And talking about, let me bring it home, Debbie. What are we talking about here? It could be character flaws. It could be little temptations. Talk about easy comforts. Talk about ambitions. Talk about your temperament.
Yeah.
Being able to control yourself in situations. These are what Plato is talking about here. And talking about addiction, it could be the tendency to eat late night food. And medical practitioners, science has told us that eating food late could not be the best for health-related issues, right?
Yeah.
So, and some of us who are in the habit of eating, let's say, 3 a.m. in the morning, you know, it becomes a battle when you want to stop that habit.
Yes,
but you need to be, yes, you need to be very strong. Talk about habits. It could be procrastination.
Yes.
Because some of us have this tendency that we have numberless of ideas that we want to embark on, but we keep procrastinating about them. And you see, remember what they say. They say procrastination is the thief of time.
Or even the destroyer of life.
Okay, so these are the little habits, little addiction. You understand? It could be drug addiction, right? Going forward, going higher. Then the battle should be to conquer self. Now, in this world, your battle is not with your neighbor. Your battle is not with your colleague. Your battle is not with that man on the street. Your battle is with yourself. Put yourself right. And until one is able to get that to that point where you would say, I've conquered myself. Until then, you cannot say like we used to say in Latin, we say veni vidi vici.
Okay, what does it mean?
Just like Macbeth, Shakespeare used Ingenious Caesar. I came, I saw, and I conquered. Right? So until you've conquered yourself, you cannot use this term. You cannot equate yourself to what Plato is talking about here, being the being praising of yourself to be one of the noblest of all victories until you've conquered yourself. Debbie, I will say, until that point, veni, vidi, vici. Right?
Yes.
So.
Okay, like you, that's thank you very much for that. Well, conquering yourself, actually, like you said, is having control of that desire, that emotion, and also feeling, like letting go of what should I say, a hobby or a habit, letting go of that bad habit, like he said, eating in the night, eating late in the night is part of conquering yourself.
That's my own struggle. Yes.
Okay, you've not even conquered yourself.
No,
okay.
see,
I pray you learn today to conquer
that's my
yourself,
own struggle because being a night crawler, you know, I've conquered the habit of being out and about late in the night. Though when I refer to myself as a night crawler, I crawl within my house.
Okay.
So I do not sleep. I find myself doing one thing or the other, and even if it's 2 a.m., even if it's 3 a.m., 4 o'clock, you see me go to the fridge, look for something to munch, look for food to eat. I may not eat during dinner time, and you see me eating early mornings, right? And it becomes a battle that I have to now, that Plato is calling our attention to conquer yourself.
Yes, and that's where the victory comes. That's where you can say you're victorious because you've conquered that habit of
I will start fighting, so I will become part of the noblest of men. Okay. I can be able to say veni, vidi, vici.
All right.
Like we say in Latin, I came, I saw, and I conquered.
All right, please. So today, let us try and challenge ourselves to win those little battles. Because no matter how little they are, they're actually battles that we're facing in our everyday lives. They're actually what, should I say, is eating us up and all that. So please let us try and win. Let us try and conquer ourselves. And then to also stay positive and be patient and to keep striving to be better than we were yesterday. Because like Plato says, true success actually comes from conquering yourself. I'm going to take that quote again, that he says, for a man to conquer himself is the first and noblest of all victories. Now, if you want to be victorious, you should try and conquer that habit. Get rid of all those emotions, those desires that you feel, even at the strangest time. So try and conquer yourself. Thank you. And please, do not forget that each sunrise is a platform for us to grow. It's an opportunity for us to try something new or simply be present in whatever we do. And let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 07030437110. We'll be right back.
The Arena with Chris and Ibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris and Ibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Yes, I will be starting off with Oka. Good morning, Oka. It's starting off cool and cloudy at about 22 degrees Celsius. Expect cloud cover to hold through the morning and then rain and showers begin mid-morning into early afternoon. Temperatures will climb to around 28 degrees Celsius before settling into the later afternoon. If you're heading out, an umbrella and waterproof gear would be smart.
And over to the coal city, Enugu, you're about 23 degrees Celsius and cloudy at the moment. But heads up, thunderstorms are expected by mid-morning, pushing the temperatures up to nearly 32 degrees Celsius around early afternoon. So while things start calm, the heat and storms are building. Plan accordingly.
And in Abakaliki, you're currently about 24 degrees Celsius under thunder clouds. Showers are likely early on, shifting to intermittent cloud by midday with temperatures reaching roughly 31 degrees Celsius. A variable day, rain early, then some clearing, then still warm.
And over to Imo State. Good morning, Owerri. It's 23 degrees Celsius and cloudy right now, but rain is expected this morning, with temperatures rising to around 30 degrees Celsius into early afternoon. The afternoon may bring a little break from the rain, though still warm. Definitely a day for flexibility with your plans.
And in Umahia, it's about 23 degrees Celsius and cloudy. Rain is on the agenda this morning, warming up to around 30 degrees Celsius by midday. Expect more rain or showers again in the early afternoon, then a gradual decline in warmth as evening approaches.
So, wherever you are in Southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, keep your umbrella handy, but do remember that rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break.
Arena with Chris and Ibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris and Ibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now let's see what's making front page news today in The Nation, Vanguard, Punch and The Guardian newspaper. Now on The Nation headlines, it says, Ministers defend Nigeria against Trump's targeted killings claim. And on the Punch headline, it says, Wike block defiant as PDP boards insist on convention. And on the Vanguard headline, it says, foreign lobbyists fueling genocide claims in Nigeria. And on the Guardian headline, it says, referendum call heightens over elitist construction reform. Now I'll be starting today's paper from the Punch headline that says, Wike block defiant as PDP board insist on convention. There's rising tension within the People's Democratic Party, PDP, As the camp loyal to the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike remains firm against the party's board of trustees' insistence on holding a national convention. Mr. Ocha, I'd like to know your thoughts on this.
Well, talking about the Punch newspaper, right?
Yeah.
This headline, you know, I've grown tired about talking about the PDP and the cracks in the PDP. You know, we'll keep talking about these issues and they are not abating there. They keep on, you know, escalating. And it's quite unfortunate for the PDP, a party that we've given all our votes, all our hope, all our trust while they were in government. And the least they could do to repair that trust is to be a viable opposition. But far from that, they are a shadow of itself. The PDP that we have today is nothing to write home about. And it's quite unfortunately, and I can link that to death of ideologies. It's unfortunate that the PDP, where we had the likes of Chubo Kadibo, where we had elder statesmen like Obasanjo, the parties of Ekweme, men, women who had the good intentions of this nation, the good people of Nigeria at heart, why they played politics. And today, those ideologies, PDP is bereft of those ideologies. And I am saddened each time I begin to talk about the PDP and the crack in the PDP. It's quite unfortunate that in this time, despite everything tendencies at reconciliation, each attempt to move forward, the party dangerous or as if they take 20 steps backwards. It's quite unfortunate, Debbie, and it really saddens me to continue to talk about PDP, a party that the whole of Nigeria unanimously trusted with power, but just how many years into opposition party, and what we have is a carcass of the great party that we used to know. Now, what is the issue? We're looking forward to the convention coming up between 15th and 16th of November in Oyo State. And what are we seeing? We're seeing, when we are beginning to celebrate, that the party will unite amongst themselves to come together, harmonize, march forward, and give us a viable opposition with 2027 in mind. What are we witnessing? We are now seeing cracks. We are seeing factions. The Wike faction, led by the new acting factional leader Abdurrahman Mohammed, and the suspended Anyang with the legal advisor, now in their own faction, is letting us know that the convention of November 15 and 16 is not going to hold. Then, at the other spectrum, at the other end of the table, is the PDP chairman-led faction, Magun, and the PDP governors in one accord, doing everything to see that the convention holds. Now, what it becomes more worrisome that the judiciary is drawn into all these issues. And when we need to talk about the decay in the judiciary, then it becomes quite obvious in this case, where you see that there is a judgment from the Federal High Court in Abuja telling PDP to revert to status quo, look into their party constitution and the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, mandating Aneke to see to it that this party follows the party constitution before the convention holds. And now there's an ex parte order from Oyo State. Okay. A High Court in Oyo State has given an ex parte order, giving a go-ahead for that convention to hold. Now you have two judgments here. You have two orders from High Courts, two opposing orders. And this is the situation where politicians continue to term and till the integrity of our judiciary. Why does the judiciary allow itself to be dragged into this mess? And this is a nation where we've seen the Supreme Court say that the party constitution, party affairs should remain within the party and not under the purview of the judiciary. And this is a party affair. At this point in time, like the BOT chairman had called Adolphus Nwabura, that they should unite, calling for a reconciliation between the various factions to move into that very convention. But what are we witnessing? Every of that faction is brandishing an armament from the judiciary to lay a legal claim to why they are forthright in their position. Now, it becomes more worrisome that the PDP we are talking about, are you aware that their secretariat is under lock and key? Because the Anyanwu-led faction were giving policemen to put the place under lock and key. What he has said is to secure the lives and property of their staff and the PDP secretariat. Yeah. The meeting of the National Working Committee and the BOT chairmen and other members were held at Bauchi Governor's Lodge. It's so worrisome that this PDP cannot give us a viable opposition. But more worrisome is that the judiciary is being dragged into this. And I begin to ask, like Wole say, those cracks, we keep talking about cracks, and we keep speaking to those cracks because these cracks are becoming so bold that a man as big as an elephant could walk through those cracks. It's quite worrisome and quite unfortunate that this is still happening. And let me shock you, I do not see an end in sight. When men say that politics is about self-interest, but this time around, it's as if this self-interest is not in any way aligning, and we'll continue to see this crack. One thing that is obvious, I spoke about it, that until the PDP then are bold enough to confront their issue, confront the issue of anti-party activities, that this crisis will linger. And quite unfortunately, I do not see the PDP being strong enough, coming together as to have a unified convention preparatory to the 2027 election. It's quite unfortunate that in this time that we're still talking about this, and this country is denied of viable opposition. Where is the opposition in Nigeria? Which party is viable? Now, the Labour Party is still in crisis. Nobody's hearing about the Labour Party. Where do we go from here? When you move beyond the PDP and the Labour Party, go to the new coalition that we all entrusted to become a viable vehicle. What is happening of that platform? We do not know anything about that platform. As far as I can tell you, that platform still have their own internal issues. So where is the opposition in Nigeria? When I speak to the fact that Nigeria is tending towards a one-party system, I am reminded that Nigeria is a unique country. But this unique country doesn't have an opposition party. What happens? Because as PDP is constituted today, I can tell you that if they continue to toe this line, that they will not have a unified front. One, that any candidate that emerges under the umbrella of the PDP will be under immense legal weight to prove that the ticket he has is legally viable in the first place. You will see an opposition party going to court to challenge whatever process, whatever faction at the end of the day that brings up or throws up a candidate. The PDP is a carcass of itself, and I do not see an end in sight. I wish that in this time I can call the body and soul of our great statesmen, talk about Alessio Kwebe, men who placed the interest of this nation at heart. I wish I can invoke their spirit to rise and begin to tend to these issues, help us reform this party. When the living carcass in PDP are unable to see to this issue, it becomes quite worrisome. And this is why you see that the ruling government gets away with anything in this policy. I am looking at the news recently, and I see this government going back to the World Bank to borrow $500 million in the name of agriculture. And there's no viable opposition. Nobody's talking about it. This government can get away with anything. This government can get away with blue murder because there's no opposition in the nation. And it's very unfortunate that PDP, I will say it to their face, yes, I have a lot of patrons, I have a lot of friends in the PDP, but I will tell them to their face that they are a disappointment to the citizens of this nation that have entrusted them with power for the years that they were in power. But a little days in opposition, they could not come together to give us a platform for our voice to be heard. Shame on the likes of Aneke, who are now the elder statesmen. Shame on them. Shame on Magu. Shame on all of them that they cannot unify. They cannot set aside personal aggrandizement, personal interest to give our unborn children a platform to know that at this time that there were men who strived to see that this nation was able to move forward beyond self-interest. Debbie, it is quite unfortunate, and there's no end in sight, because I can tell you that the Abdulrahman-led faction has gone on appeal. You know, they said they've gotten the C2C copy of the ruling from Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court in Abuja, and now they've gone on appeal asking for the interpretation of that judgment. And what happens? Because it's on appeal, then all status quo have to be maintained. So I do not see the legality of that convention holding, as the other faction led by Sheyi Makunde, the governor for your state, is advocating with the other governors of the PDP. This ship has set sail. they miss the opportunity to set things right, and is degenerating. Unfortunately, that a party such as PDP, which was said to be at a time the largest party in Africa, a party that the then PDP chairman, it was Vincent Obolafo, that said that this party will rule Nigeria for the next 60 years, and a few days, just about 10, 12 years in opposition, and they've become a carcass of themselves. It's quite unfortunate, and is nothing to write home about. It's nothing to be proud of.
Okay.
They should feel so much ashamed of themselves that they continue to use legality to rail a little issue that they will sit over the table, look themselves in the face, confront one another, tell each other to their faces where they've erred, and in the interest of the nation, begin to move forward.
All right, thank you very much for that. And now we're moving over to our next paper, coming from the Vanguard newspaper, that reads, Falling Lobbyists Fueling Genocide Claims in Nigeria. And as Vanguard reports, it reports that the federal government has accused certain foreign lobbyists and organizations of sponsoring misleading narratives that portray Nigeria as a country engaged in acts of genocide. Authorities claim these groups are spreading false information to undermine the nation's image and stability. And officials reaffirmed that Nigeria is tackling internal security challenges and called on citizens and international partners to rely on verified information.
All right. You know, in as much as we do not want to speak to these issues, but they've become predominant news stories in Nigeria that we'll have to talk about it. You know, we felt that we've spoken enough about the CPC designation of Nigeria, but each morning you wake up is there in your face, staring you in the face. And nation Nigeria is doing everything possible to see that we'll cross this albatross. This designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern by the Donald Trump-led U.S. administration is quite unfortunate. The Nigerian government is now telling us that this issue is fueled by foreign lobbyists who claim that Nigeria has tolerated genocide, the killing of Christians in Nigeria. And for the first time, I am seeing Nigerian Christians, Nigerian Muslims, everyone uniting to speak out vehemently against categorizing Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Yes, there are issues of insecurity in Nigeria. People are being killed. We are not happy about it. But like we maintain, yes, why the areas that these issues happen may be predominantly Christians, but I take solace in the words of Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka when he said, yes, there is a genocide, but this genocide has no religious coloration in it. The bandits, these terrorists, they kill, they mutilate, they harass Nigerian citizens. Yes, Christians die, Muslims die. Yes, granted. But these issues affect all Nigerians. And when we begin to give it the coloration of religious inclinations, it becomes more worrisome, because rather than unifying Nigerians, it becomes a standing point where the little unity, the little attempt at the fragile unity we will have will be dismantled further. Because I can tell you that this nation works on eggshell. We'll manage our unity, the things that unite us, so, sparingly and managerially, like an egg. But in this time around, that this issue of designation has become a front burner. We can't wish it away. Rather, we have to confront it. And thanks to the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they are doing everything humanly possible to see that they steer the narrative away from religious coloration to the main issue here, that of insecurity. Nigerians are being killed. Now, we are being brought to our attention that it is foreign lobbyists who are predominantly in the U.S. who are fueling these issues. Then I can ask you, who are these lobbyists? These are men whose interest at the corridors of power is to wield and deal in issues that would help them line their pockets, help them line their pockets, help them pursue personal agenda for certain interests. And it becomes worrisome that rather than only pushing these narratives in foreign media, trying to blacklist the little that we have of the image of this nation, that it is said that some Nigerians are working in cahoots with them to continue to propagate this issue. Now, let's move away from the tendency of these foreign lobbies. We are on ground. Yeah. We know that, yes, there are challenges of insecurity, and I commend our ministers who have moved up and about to talk about the issues. But we commend our security, who we know are doing everything by launching Operation Lake Sanity, Operation Hardin K, where they do everything to contain these terrorists, these bandits. Yes, there has been widely reported by the figures that are being given out by ministers and the information in public domain that our soldiers, over the course of time, let's say since May 2023, have been able to decimate about 13,500 of these bandits, and going forward about 9,000 or thereabouts of Nigerians that have been kidnapped have been reunited with their families. Yes, their efforts, while we agree to the fact, despite the arrests being made here and there, totaling to up to a number of about 17,000, we acknowledge the fact that they are still issue. But what should concern everybody, everywhere, meaning Nigeria, and every ally of Nigeria, is how to help this sovereign nation combat the issue of insecurity, and not where we are told by the United States of America that they could put boots on ground, violating the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Nigeria. If they want to interfere in this issue, like they did come to Nigeria to rescue their national who was kidnapped in Nigeria, let them step in. They could see, like I always posit, through AFRICOM that is located at our neighboring countries here, see the movements of these bandits and terrorists. They can, from wherever they are, help Nigeria decimate these terrorists without making it an issue. And I will continue to call. Yes, we've heard that China has aligned with Nigeria, the EU has aligned with Nigeria, and it's always like this, because I can tell you, if we move away from this issue, we cannot separate it with economic interests of these foreign nationals, these foreign interests in Nigeria. Nigeria will know is economically viable. Moving away from oil, you have natural deposits in Nigeria that is quite rich, which we know is of interest to these nations. What we are calling for is that they should not turn Nigeria a theater of prosy war. No, we do not want it. We want help in confronting this monster of insecurity in Nigeria. Help our military, help them fight line by line, side by side, to see that these bandits, these terrorists are terminated. Yeah. It doesn't matter the name we give them. There is kidnapping all over the nation. There is insecurity across Nigeria. Let's work together to terminate it. But like I always call on the Nigerian leaders. I talk about leaders now. I do not talk about politicians. Yeah. The leaders, because leadership goes beyond those who stole themselves into power, those who are voted into power by whatever means. I'm talking about leaders, men and women of goodwill, with the interests of this nation at heart, even if you're in government or not. Let all of us know that Nigeria will be built only by Nigerians. Nigeria can be restored. Security in Nigeria, the interests of Nigeria, whichever way we want to see it, however we want to see it, Nigeria can only be built by Nigerians. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now moving over to our next paper, coming from the Guardian headline that reads, Referendum call heightens over elitist construction reform plot. The Guardian reports growing public agitation following government moves to reform the construction sector, a policy critics describe as elitist. Stakeholders and civil groups are calling for a referendum, saying the reforms may favor only a few powerful constructors, while sidelining smaller firms and local builders. And the government, however, maintains that the reforms are meant to improve standards and transparency in the sector.
All right, when you see this headline, the call for referendum in Nigeria, I can tell you that this headline is quite apt in the sense that, yes, Nigeria needs a referendum in light of this issue that we are talking about. The designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern has brought a lot of things to bear that Nigerians need to sit down, look each other in the face, decide on the direction they want to go. If we want to be a unified country, which is sacrosanct, but we have to do that sitting down to charter the way forward. Over the years, it's been this clamor that the constitution will have is a military document that the people of Nigeria has never sat down, as enshrined in section 1 of the constitution, where it says, we, the people of Nigeria. You know, when you listen to legal luminaries, constitutional lawyers argue, they will tell you that that section of the constitution is an aberration, being that the Nigerian people had never sat down to decide on the modalities they want to go. Yes, this time around, civil society groups and legal icons like Wole Olenipekun has come out to plead and talk in favor of referendum in Nigeria, citing the present constitution will have as an elitist document representing the interests of a certain few. I quite agree with that, in the sense that the 1999 constitution as amended or as handed over to us is a military document designed by the military and had certain interest embedded in it. Is not a document unifying the people of Nigeria. The people of Nigeria had not sat down. We will have an attempt at constitutional conference, but at the end of the day, nothing has come out of those meetings. And there is need. We cannot ever emphasize the fact that the people of Nigeria need to come together, sit down, look at issues, talk about the issues that unify them, talk about those issues that separate them, and then begin to chart a new course, the direction. And until then, we will be able to say, yes, we, the people of Nigeria, has come out publicly to say that this is our constitution, this is the direction that we want to go. What have we witnessed? Over the years, every government in power, every elected government would kick against the issue of referendum because they see it as anti-interest of the government, as anti-interest of Nigeria. Being that the 1999 constitution, even as amended, there's no way in that constitution that it talks about referendum. Is not mentioned in the 1999 constitution at all. And even if you go forward or go further to examine, look at the 1979 constitution as well, which is equally a military document. Nowhere has he said, mentioned the word referendum. And if I may go forward, you will see that that's why the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra is being held in captive and is under trial for calling for a referendum in Nigeria. Is a word that the 1999 constitution abhors, is never mentioned. And why is it so? It should be part of the reasons why we need to sit down as a people. It has to be in the constitution. Every attempt at amendment of the constitution has derailed. When we talk about the 1999 constitution as amended, there are other issues. Nobody goes into this keyword on how we should include that in our constitution, because one of the things that human beings should be able to do is to say, like in any marriage, to begin to renegotiate every union. Okay. There are moments when you see husband and wife begin to take, into account the mileage so far, where they agree that they will continue in the union or they will go apart while taking care of the children. Is allowed in every union, and Nigeria should not be exempt. But going forward, why are we so scared of this issue? Of having a referendum where the people of Nigeria will sit down to talk about? Is it about the interest of a particular people, the interest of the elite who are benefiting with the system as it is? Nobody is saying that Nigeria should disintegrate, but we should be able to look at, for example, the issue of religious security and religious issues, talking about Christian genocide or Muslim genocide in Nigeria. These are the issues we should sit down to negotiate. If you go into the constitution, for example, as many have argued, as a grounds for this CPC designation, the issue of Sharia being mentioned multiple times in the Nigerian constitution. So these are issues that should be looked about. Freedom to practice your religion, freedom to move about, and all that is in our constitution, but we should look into this and renegotiate going forward to strengthen the union. Yes, we recognize the fact that our constitution section 38 talks about that freedom of religion, that freedom of assembly, as moving forward in section 39 and going forward on section 42, which talks about freedom of speech, which is why I could talk about referendum even though it is not recognized in the 1999 constitution. But I can and we should lend our voices to the pan-social cultural organizations in Nigeria, like the PANDEF, like the Yoruba Ronu, and the other socio-cultural organization over the years that has been calling for this issue of referendum. Let us sit down and talk. I remember that during the era of President Goodluck Jonathan, there was an attempt at discussion on how to move this nation forward as one where we were expecting that from that, assembly, we will be able to get a document that will say, yes, we, the people of Nigeria, hereby agree and set aside this document as our constitution, the constitution of the people, and not the military document that we have in our hands today. And, when you go forward, a lot of people would argue to the fact that Britain, which is the colonial master of Nigeria, frowns at the use of that word referendum in Nigeria because they still see Nigeria as an enclave of the British Empire, a protectorate of the British Empire, that they do not want that mentioned. We do not know why, if that is why it is not in our constitution. But our leaders, in the interest of moving this nation forward, shouldn't be scared to see to it that Nigerians are enabled to come together, discuss as Nigerians on how to go forward, and over years should be able to come together and sit down, renegotiate the terms of this union, moving forward to strengthen it and move forward, right? And that should be the right thing. And when you see the challenges too, even introducing the word referendum into our constitution, any such amendments will have to go through the legislature, and unfortunately our legislature is clipped. We see our legislature today, the Senate and the House of Rep, as an appendage of the executive, and with that you do not see the possibility of a constitutional amendment that will allow that word referendum go into that very constitution. And being that the way that constitution is set is that for you to amend it and bring even this word into discussion in that constitution, or an avenue to enable Nigerians discuss the terms of this union, such an arrangement will have to not only go through the Senate and House of Rep, will have to go through the 36 states House of Assembly for you to get to third majority of them supporting in favor for you to have such an amendment, and it becomes a cumbersome exercise in itself. And I do not see us achieving that either in this dispensation or in the next dispensation that will come from 2027 going forward. And it's worrisome, it's unfortunate. But the earlier we do that, the better for Nigeria as an entity.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Uche. Thank you for your in-depth analysis on today's newspaper headlines. And that's all for today's front paper headlines on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Please do not forget that you can grab physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the e-paper online for more broader information. And please do not forget to follow and tag us across social media, Instagram, Facebook, to YouTube, TikTok, all at Aneke TV. We'll be right back. Please stay with us.
The Arena with Chris Anibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris Anibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us. The Arena with Chris Anibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris Anibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
Still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're taking a look at the update on the UEFA Sports Champions League.
All right, moving over to the UEFA Champions League matches that we played yesterday. We'll start with the match between Pafos FC and Villarreal, where the match ended 1-0. And moving forward to the match at Karabakh FA, where Chelsea visited this nation. People were expecting Chelsea to demolish them, to demolish the Karabakh FK, but unfortunately, Chelsea were lucky enough to escape with a draw, having played 2 goals apiece. It's quite worrisome that many expected that Chelsea will be victorious in this match, and despite everything that happened in this match, Chelsea, though taking an early lead, were later and struggled to end the match at 2-2. And moving over to the match between Ajax and Galatasaray, which was much touted about, we saw through to type Osimhen in this very action-packed match was able to remain true to type and set a new record for a Nigerian player in Europe, having stayed true to himself, became unstoppable, and was able to score a hat-trick yesterday. First of all, netting 2 penalties before taking another clinical finish yesterday to see to a hat-trick for a Nigerian player. And like is being described as the new Messi in the world and unstoppable. Yesterday, he was equally unstoppable yesterday in that match versus Ajax, where Ajax were really decimated. And moving over to the match that happened in Germany between Benfica and Bayer Leverkusen. Bayer Leverkusen turned out to be the winners in this match. And another most interesting match that happened yesterday was Barcelona, the Catalan Giants visiting Club Brugge, where people were expecting that, true to type, that Barcelona would be able to come up tops in this match. But Barcelona, we can tell you, was lucky to escape in this match, coming back with a 3-3 draw with Club Brugge. Many are asking what is happening to Barcelona. Why was it so difficult for them to not win this very match? Yesterday. And moving over to the Italian giants, Inter Milan, they were able to come out victorious, winning their match 2-1 against Kairat Almaty. And moving over to the decimation of Borussia Dortmund in England, Manchester City yesterday, where Manchester City ran rampage against the Borussia Dortmund, leading that match to 4-1. We saw Haaland in the score sheet as usual, and Man City, true to type, was able to demolish Borussia Dortmund. We were expecting a very hard-fought match between Borussia Dortmund and Man City yesterday. We were thinking that Borussia Dortmund will give Man City a fight, but Manchester City, in their resurgence, were able to come out tops. And going over to France, the match between Marseille and Atlanta ended in favor of Atlanta from Italy, being able to trash the Marseille people with 1-0 in that match. And then coming over to the last match yesterday in England, we saw Newcastle United making the English League, the English football fans very proud, coming out victorious in that engagement. And then over to the engagements that we have today in the Europa League. We'll have Basel hosting FCSB, and then Dynamo Zagreb hosting Celta Vigo, and moving over to where Celtic will be traveling to FC Midtjylland, and then Salzburg will be hosting the Go Eagles today. And then later in the evening, we'll see FC Porto traveling to Utrecht for their engagement, Europa League engagement in these encounters. And then let's quickly run through the standing, the table on Europa Champions League as it stands now, being that all matches have been played as at yesterday, and we can categorically bring to your notice that having played all 4 matches apiece, that Bayern Munich is still leading with 12 points in this match, having won 4 of their matches, conceding no goals in this, losing no matches and drawing none, rather, in this whole encounter, followed by Arsenal FC from England, following them with the same points of 12 points, and then followed by the Italian giants, Inter Milan, with 12 points, and then Manchester City on the 4th rank in the table with 10 points, and the defeated PSG are on the 9th on the table, followed by Newcastle, who is 6th on the table with same 9 points, and Real Madrid, that was trashed 1-0 by Liverpool FC, 7th on the table, followed by Liverpool FC, Liverpool of England, the champions of this very tournament severally. Liverpool are equally at 9 points in this very encounter, and Galatasaray, the home team of Victor Osimhen, the Nigerian international, who is setting records in Europe this time around, being unstoppable, are occupying the 9th position on 9 points as well, and they are followed on the 10th position by Tottenham FC of England. The English clubs are doing the English fans proud in this Europa Champions League Europe Champions League setup this time around, and we do not see the likes of Barcelona, we do not see the likes of Chelsea among the top 10 clubs in Europe this time around. Quite unfortunate, and more unfortunate that the likes of Man United are not found in this wonderful tournament. And that is it for the update on the Champions League standing.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Oche. And also now we're going to our celebration for the day of the 6th November 2025. Now to our celebration for today, it is a day rich in meaning, remembrance, and call to action. And today's celebration is the International Day for Preventing the Exploitation of the Environment in War and Armed Conflict. November 6th, a day of history, responsibility, and hope. November is far more than just another date on the calendar. It is a day where history's echoes converge with our contemporary responsibilities. An invitation to reflect, to remember, and to act. On this date, we witness the triumph of ideas, the weight of conflict, and the imperative of protecting our shared world. First, this day carries significant historical milestones. On November 6, 1860, Abraham Lincoln was elected the 16th President of the United States, an event that not only changed the trajectory of American politics, but also foreshadowed the challenges of civil war and end of slavery. More broadly, November 6th has seen many turning points, battles won and lost, political, social, and technological shifts. For instance, the war of ideas and arms have left deep marks on this date. And second, and perhaps most relevant to our time, November 6th is observed globally as International Day for Preventing the Exploitation of the Environment in War and Armed Conflict, which was established by the United Nations General Assembly in Resolution ARES 56-4. This day reminds us that war is not only about human casualties and geopolitics, but is also about environmental devastation, poisoned soils, torched forests, disrupted ecosystems. The UN notes that roughly 40% of internal conflicts in the last 60 years have involved the exploitation of natural resources, including oil, diamonds, timber, and land. Now, what does all this mean for us in this morning show as we start our day? It means three things, which is history demands our attention, and also responsibility calls on us, and then hope resides in action. So in conclusion, as we mark November 6th today, let us do so with mind and heart. Let us reflect on the significance of leadership and change. Let us recognize the hidden toll conflict takes on our environment, and let us commit to protecting our world for ourselves, for our children, and for the generations yet to come. Because in facing the challenges of yesterday and today, we find the seeds of tomorrow. And that is all for the International Day of Exploitation and Environmental, let's just say, hazard. And so please let us know what you're celebrating. Let us know what you're celebrating wherever you are, and tag us and Aneke TV across Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Over to you.
All right, and still in the spirit of celebrations, we are proud and glad to mark the birthday of our one and only wonderful reporter, Chidinma Ikem Ede. Chidima Ikemede, today is her birthday, and we say happy birthday to you, our wonderful reporter, that voice that you always hear at the end of every report saying, and Chidima Ikem Ede. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday. We wish you more years, more blessings, long life, more money in your pocket, yes, good health.
And good reports. All right, thank you very much. And happy birthday once again, Ms. Chidima Ikemede, for all your efforts and all your hard work on Aneke TV.
Are we expecting champagnes, wine? Chidima, we're expecting where are you taking us today for the champagne and the celebrations for the wonderful one and only the indefatigable reporter, Chidima Ikemede, that name that rings a bell in the world of reporting. Happy birthday to you once more.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And it's a wrap on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Please do not forget to always stay with us each morning. And it's actually a privilege to always have you here on our show every morning on Sunrise on Aneke TV. I remain Deborah Wakaba.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV to come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Child is left behind because of financial barriers. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Sex is sacred, not shameful. In its truest form, it is more than the body. It is soul speaking to soul, fire woven with trust, vulnerability clothed in consent. But when misused, it breaks more than bodies, it fractures spirits. That is why it must be approached with reverence, not recklessness. Let us teach to love before lust, connection before conquest. For when sex is honored, it becomes not just pleasure, but poetry.
Peace is not passive. It is built. It grows through tolerance, justice, and mutual respect. Without peace, development is a dream. We all play a role, from homes to nations. Choosing peace in our actions and words can transform the world. Be a peacemaker.
Lele ji webu ji bego jeke kale wala gida jogu bide ya dolu bula bule jenu kete wo dulo tokoro iya mata mwete mwebu matush wana gida ni matu mwe mata mala kukoto ni damacho Omabogwe. Iya, ogaracho. Ojo you want to go geje. Ojo you want to go geje. Omabogwe. Mwaka wete mwiko, mwasha wa mwaka adomo chunja. Kone tega bele, mwasha wa wigo. Boshimina eje no kwa banye. Mujanye eje no kwa banye o. Age na baya o.
Enugu State is known for its rich culinary heritage, with various local government areas contributing their unique dishes and specialties. Some popular dishes across Enugu State include Okpa, a traditional Igbo dish made from Bambara groundnuts; Abacha, a popular Nigerian dish made from dried shredded cassava; Nkwobi, a spicy cow leg dish; Abobo or Fiofio, a porridge made from pigeon peas; Ofe Akwu, a traditional Nigerian soup made with palm fruits oil extract; Akpu, a traditional Nigerian food made from cassava tubers; Ogba, a traditional Nigerian food ingredient made from fermented oil bean seeds; Okwa, African breadfruit often used in traditional dishes; Oha soup, a traditional Nigerian soup made with oha leaves and cocoyam paste. And going over to the local government areas, we begin in an Inri local government area, which is known for the following cassava-based dishes: gari, fufu, and processed flakes; market-made snacks like the okpa, which is the Bambara nut cake; Akara-style bean fritters, and palm oil-based salads. Ogu local government is known for its hearty soups and stews, pepper soup variants and goats and Newton preparations, staples, yam and cassava. Enugu's local government area is known for their special delicacy nkwobi, isiewu, spicy cow leg, and street foods like pepper soup and grilled fish, and packaged traditional foods like dried abacha flakes and pre-packed okpa. And Enugu North is known for markets and ceremonial foods like abacha, smoked fish, ogba, which is fermented oil bean, and roasted proteins. Enugu South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago is known for markets and ceremonial foods like abacha, smoked fish, ogba, which is fermented oil bean, and roasted proteins. Enugu South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago also has the abacha and cassava-derived dishes, distinctive abacha preparations using dried and shredded cassava. Igbo Etiti local government is known for mixed staples like yam, cassava, and legumes with pigeon pea. They also have bean dishes like abobo, fiofio, and bean-based preparations. Igbo Eze North has rural produce like bambara nuts and cassava, as well as street breakfast items like okpa and akara. while Igbeze South has festive soups and cassava accompaniments like hearty soups and cassava derives like gari and fufu. In Isuzu local government area, the local government is known for highland crops like yam, tuber crops, and dry tuber dishes like variants, which is similar to achicha and abobo. Nkanu East also has the abacha styles and variants with different preparations using fresh native beans, fried ingredients, and local sauces of smoked fish. Nkanu West has yam and vegetable combos like festival dishes, combining tuber staples with special meat and seafood dressings. And Nseka is known for their okpa, achicha, and abacha. They are widely reported as common local specialties, and they have the delicacy made with corn known as ayarayoka. Oji River is known for cassava-derived snacks, abacha ingredients, okwa, smoked fish, and okpaka is known for trade hubs and market supply. Udenu is known for garden vegetables and accompaniments and dry tuber preparations like leafy green soups and dry tuber snacks. Udi local government is also known for cassava products and abacha, popular abacha preparations and cassava-based products with various soups. Uzuwani local government area is known for riverine and food networks, which are the okwa, tubers such as yam and cassava, and vegetable soups with their various ways of preparation, and also their festival cooking, which is a locally caught fish and smoked proteins.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Amadio hosted an exceptional business summit, a special edition masterclass for CEOs at the Amadio Event Center in Enugu, Nigeria. Widely regarded as the best of its kind, the summit was designed to empower Southeast business owners with strategies to build compelling brands, attract more customers, and boost profits. The keynote speaker, Dr. Emeria Agonwa, described business as a battlefield, speaking at length about what sets brands apart. He urged entrepreneurs to create business that spark emotions, inspire confidence in the masses, and understand their growth dynamics before scaling. Dr. Agunwa also clarified the distinction between horizontal and vertical business growth, offering practical insights to guide attendees.
So in business, you wake up there to see things like that's what China is doing. China did not infiltrate the market like everyone, like Nigerians want to. They went to the core so that your brother from Anambra State goes to China. They call them white label. I mean, who knows what they call white label products? Yeah. Beautiful. White label product is that you can call any product, wristwatch, t-shirt, shoe, anything you have in the back of your mind as your idea. Just put your logo, but we own the product. Who are you buying from? China. That is it. So that's how they have vertical growth. But you are having horizontal growth by selling to more people. But the more horizontal growth is dependent on vertical growth.
Participant Mr. Francis Oka, speaking to Aneke TV, praised the program as very impactful, highlighting its actionable takeaway.
The facilitator is loaded and the content is massive, especially as it has to do with making that progress from just being a self-employed person to being a business owner, running a business for you with structures and systems in place. So yes, it was really, really impactful.
Another attendee, Mrs. Daberuchi Chiemere, called it amazing and an eye-opener.
Okay, it's so amazing. Like, it's not, I didn't waste my time. The time is actually well spent. Like, I love it. I got to understand some things. I was actually my eyes opened to some things I was actually neglecting.
Similarly, Somtochukwu Okafor and Asi Benjamin shared that the summit inspired them to think outside the box, encouraging them not to consume but to produce and expand their ventures.
One of the things that inspired me is the ability for me to be able to think outside the box, not just to think about consumption.
On the spot, he also debunked common business misconceptions and encouraged owners to build ventures with lasting values, emphasizing that the market is eager for Africans to seize global opportunities. Chidimmi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex. In regions like Sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria, the problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to the prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units or National SGBV Agency launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. You can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Over the years, parents and guardians have battled with the rising cost of school materials, and at the center of this challenge are non-transferable textbooks, popularly known as workbooks. These books are designed in such a way that once a child has written in them, they cannot be passed on to siblings or other students. At first, the idea seemed innovative, but over time, some school management began making these books compulsory. Pupils and students without them often found themselves unable to complete certain assignments, creating a sharp departure from the long-standing practice of simply using notebooks. While convenient for teachers, this academic style came at a cost literally. Families were forced to purchase new copies every academic year, thereby increasing the economic hardship for the family. Recently, the governments of Imo, Benue, Anambra, and Ondo states moved to address this burden by banning the use of non-transferable textbooks in their schools. The decision has sparked conversations across communities. When Aneke TV spoke with parents and guardians, reactions were mixed. Many expressed relief, welcoming the chance to save money and return to a culture of reusing books. Others, particularly in states yet to adopt the policy, are watching closely, hoping similar changes will soon reach their children's classrooms.
I believe the government meant well for schools by making that policy of non-transferable textbooks to schools. Though it has not gotten down to Enugu State, but I believe in due time our government will review its own as well. It's not bad for me to say that. It's not bad because the curriculum review, I know it comes, I think, 3 years, every 3 or 4 years. If a textbook, if a child or children in a particular family uses the textbook, at the time there will be another curriculum review. If it prompts to change that textbook, we will follow suit. It's a welcome development, and I believe the government meant well.
It's quite discouraging and it's quite disturbing that some
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. However, before we go, let us apologize for those minutes that we wasted before coming on air. But do remember that on The Insight, we'll bring you issues, topics, headlines that help in shaping our nation. And today, we'll be x-raying the new educational policies, the new developments and directions in education. Remember, we don't just give you the x-rays, but we'll do a post-mortem on these policies. And we'll go ahead to bring expert opinions, expert analysts, men, women who are involved in shaping these policies. And today, we'll be discussing with a foremost administrator one who doesn't hold back his thoughts. Speaking of Ernest Ike Ugu, former chairman of NAPS, National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools in Enugu, and he is the director, Swiss Keys Academy. Sir, finally, it's a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right. Before I start talking policies, by Wednesday, October the 1st, Nigeria will be celebrating 65 years. So I want to ask, what's your assessment of Nigeria vis-a-vis education?
Well, I'm not part of those people who belong in continuous analysis of Nigeria. So all the while, I'm always invited to talk about Nigeria, and what I'm asking myself is all what we are saying, how has it impacted? However, I know that it is still impacting, but not in the quantity we want it to be impacted. So if you talk about my assessment about Nigeria vis-a-vis the education, I've always said it, that most of our government are not sincere about the solution or the policies they are bringing. Why do I say so? You will see a policy that looks so good, but there is no laid down implementation framework. So we will sign an MOU, we will sign a policy framework, and the hands will be clapped about that. But at the end of the day, what is the effect in average Nigeria? That's the issue. So you look at somewhere like Enugu, when the government were coming, they said they are going to solve water in 180 days. That story looks so good. But the issue, did they do forensic analysis to know if they can solve it? Even when they did and know they can't, they will still give you those information so that you will enjoy and go and sleep with it when we are all sure that is not going to be implemented. So if I take you back to your question, which is about education in Nigeria, did you know that today that in Nigeria we run 9-3-4 education orchestrated by the government? Yet they still have primary schools. They still write a common entrance. Where are you entering when you say that nobody graduates from primary 6? They still write primary 6 exam when they have said that they abolish primary 6, that the basic education ends in JS3. Who is fooling who? Are we going front? Are we going back? And if you take all these things to every sector, it's not education, take it to judiciary, take it to politics, take it to any sector, it is the same thing. In 2007, they said they have abolished primary 6. Today, people who did primary 6 in 2007 want to get job elsewhere. They tell them to go and get primary 6 certificate. It is happening. In which country do you do such a thing? Some are sorting everything. You get an NIM today. You want to get BVN. They tell you that the arrangement of your name are not the same. You go and swear affidavit, even the one you don't get into the court. Yet it is so for me, we are just messing up. We are not ready. We are really marking time. We have not started progressing.
We are really marking time. We have not started progressing.
Yes.
Okay. Let us take a look directly at the private schools a little bit. The new policies, the world is changing. Nigeria as well is trying to play catch up. However, we've seen new policies. There's been adaptation of transformative education reforms and unfoldings in Nigeria, despite you've maintained that we've not started. However, what I want to ask is, given these changes and developments, how does private schools in Nigeria coping with these reforms, transformation? How do they fit in?
Are you talking about reform in the whole Nigeria or the reform in education?
I'm talking about education in Nigeria vis-a-vis Enugu State as well.
Okay, let me school you a bit.
Okay.
When you talk about private school, I'm a private school owner, and I'm not even so proud that the government have not been able to meet up, that private schools are being run the way it is being run. In every country there are private schools, but the issue is in our own context. What are we? Why? There is no business if there is no problem. Business come to solve a problem, but the kind of problem that education, our private education came to solve in Nigeria, is what is worrying me, because the government have created a lot of spaces that even things that ordinarily are not supposed to be a problem that should be solved by private schools are still solving it and making people. I must tell you that, and these are the ones that the government could have afforded. So private schools stepping in the higher realm, but the government are below it. That private schools are stepping into the very basic thing that government should be provided. So when you now come to the policies, you begin to ask yourself, the person making the policy, did he understand the problem of education in the country? Because if you don't know your problem, you wouldn't know the solution. How do I say so? In the federal government, let me take it for instance, the Honorable Minister is my good friend, and I have said it to his present. Are you doing curriculum changing? You are reorganizing curriculum, and you have not even reorganized publishers, people who write books. You start from the fundamental. The books ought to have, the publisher ought to have published the book that we're going to use to implement the new curriculum. You now come, you added China to our language. No, how many teachers in Enugu, how many Chinese teachers can I get to teach that? I don't know whether they are getting me. So that's why I tell you that sometimes we don't even know our problem and we just jump in to solve it. So at the end of the day, we get confused along the way. So then you now bring it down to Enugu vis-a-vis the private school. When the commissioner came in, I met with him, and he told me he's going to close quack schools and all those things. Ask him, he's my friend. And I told him, yeah, that is good one, but can you do it? He said he would do it. He do it by himself. I say you can't. He said, Mr. Ernest, I say you can't. Try it. The commissioner set out, closed the school. The foremost one he closed was the one former NAP chairman's school that he closed along the presidential road. But in 3 days, the school opened. Will he be there?
In 3 days?
Yeah. You go there. The school is there. So, other schools, other very wretched schools, as they were closed, after 10 days, they will reopen, because the commissioner cannot be in Oji River and be in Mbu and be in Isuzo to be standing at the gate and making sure. And to make the matter worse, are there schools there? Are you closing a school when you cannot provide one? Then if you tell me that they have done well, that they are providing one school per ward, if you come to my village is Obukwa, we have 4 Igwe, 4 autonomous community. In each of that community, before now, all of them have a primary school. And it wasn't even enough. People who are 4 years, you start primary 1 at 6 years. You can trek to some of them, but at least your siblings can guide you to get to some of them. Now, today, the community that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 schools have now been collapsed to have 1 school. Tell me how 5-year-old a child can trek for 40 minutes to access the centralized smart school they have built.
40 minutes, you meant?
40 kilometers.
40 kilometers.
From Elego Obukpa to Iho Obukpa, where they build the smart school, is about at least approximately 20 kilometers. So and a child, or 15 kilometers if I guess right. So a child of 5 years, can he trek that way? Do you understand? So we had school just about not less than 1 kilo to our houses, and another school is less than 1 kilo to people's houses. That's why we had 5 different primary schools around. But today, in trying to solve this, you now merge all of them and go and build one in a very far kilometer.
Mr. Ernest.
So just to finish, you asked me a question.
Yes.
About how is the private school accepting or taking it. And I've told you how we are messed up as a private school. And I've also told you how the government have been able to provide a platform for us to mess up and continue to mess up.
All right. You mentioned something critical here. The children in Obukwa community now trek up to 15, 20 kilometers to access
the new school.
But it can be argued that the collapsing of these schools into one is to achieve effectiveness and impactful education to the community. You don't agree with that?
Do you know one of the problems of education is my school has just been awarded as one of the SDG schools in Enugu. It was 2 days ago that they sent the letter from the United Nations. So I understand education. One of the problems of education is accessibility.
Okay.
And how can you now remove accessibility because you are providing quality? You can't. None of them is is none of them is to be blocking each other. It should be quality, it should be accessible.
Mr. Ernest, you have access to those formulating these policies. You have access to the commissioners. Have you sent this view across to them?
I've said it here now.
And they are yet to react to that. Apart from saying it here, you have access.
I've said it to them. I've said it to the minister. I've said it to the commissioner. And they are still alive. They can say that I have not said it.
All right.
In fact, recently, the commissioner had to agree with me and about regulation. They are doing something similar to what the template I gave them. I was one of those people who went to Aneke Lake to do education reform during Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. And I know in page 78, I wrote this myself. You can ask the current vice chancellor of SUMAX. We was our chairman, and I was shouting during Professor Uchese, if we don't bring a framework of regulation, we cannot succeed in education. Where sanction can be holistic. It is not when, like in Enugu, I know that some senators have schools. When their school they won't be sanctioned, but when my own my own will be sanctioned. Do you understand? Police will come everywhere. There is a framework to regulate and make everybody equal. Let it not be where some animals are more equal than the other animal. Not even because the people who are making this policy want it to happen, but because they cannot. They are incapable. Just as I said, the commissioner took his pain to go around and close school. But can he take his pain to be omnifunction, to be in Oji River and be in Enugu at the same time? It can't happen. But there are ways to do those things, which some of these people didn't know, and we have given them in good faith. Manage this information if you manage this template if you can.
Can you disclose such information? Is it possible?
Let's continue.
All right. I see that you're so passionate about education, and then we're lucky to have you in the studio today. Mr. Ernest, given all that you've said, let's critically assess the shift from 934 system to the new proposed structure of 12 to 4 years education model.
No, what they shifted from is 644 education.
And then we'll move to 934.
No, I think it was 633 for education. That's 6 years for basic education, 3 years for junior secondary, 3 years for senior secondary, then 4 years for university. And I shifted it to 934 education.
And then we are seeing 12 years to 4 years as well, where a child has to start from the basic through the normal secondary.
Like in my last podcast, I said that some of all these things are guy name. We don't make it, for me, I don't make any meaning with all this nomenclature. Whether the basic education is 10 years or basic education is 1 year, the issue is it effective? If it is effective, my father did primary 6 and I never beat him in any essay writing or any letter writing until he died. So one of the fundamental things I've said to reform education is to take care of teachers.
To take care of teachers.
Bam.
You feel that teachers are not
if teachers are not taken care of, like I know in Enugu we built a lot of beautiful schools, but there was no staff quarters. There was no increment on salary of the teachers. Every other thing we are doing is nonsense. Let me tell you, when teachers are motivated well, under the mango tree, they will give education that is superb.
Mr. Ernest, are teachers who were taken care of by the private schools?
If you come to that, I will tell you, yes, teachers are better taken care of in private school. The only difference in both of them is that in private school they work. In a public school they don't work.
Some may argue that it's the same fish of kettle for both.
No, if you say that is that, then let's take a census of the performance of private school and government school. When one government school can win a laurel, 7 private schools win a laurel, even with the lowest infrastructure. That is to tell you that motivation, teachers are the engine room of learning. I've done this thing for decades. I was involved in education transformation in Anambra. Go and investigate. Right. So I can tell you for free that teachers' welfare is one of the engine room and one of the fundamental. In fact, in that book I told you that we did in 2018, I did 19, I said that we could give teachers a special plate number in Enugu, in Nigeria, so that when police see them, it's as little as that. And that should, if you go abroad, it happens. Teacher has dignity. Do you understand? And once this happens, you will see that some of the people, okay, for instance, recently people are pushing me that I need to open a secondary school. I need to open a secondary school based on what my primary school, because as big as Swiss Kids is, there is still a primary school. So, and one of the things I considered is putting my resources for me to put up a good secondary school. I spend up to 1 billion naira.
Okay.
Instead of me doing that, I rather use it to buy land, a property, build a house and sell it.
Why is that?
And I make more gain.
Why is
Now,
that?
but you are seeing, if I do this, I'm not creating job again. I'm not bringing more value to education. So the same thing happens to you who ordinarily could have been teaching, but because the place is not good, you decide to go and learn mechanic, because people will tend to go to where they can feed and survive. Then we have lost you. Before now, when you make a first class, they retain you to become a lecturer. But anybody who make first class now run away immediately. Now, look at our admission level. It is when you score 8 in JAMB that they take you to go and do College of Education. And College of Education is where we train teachers who are going to train doctors. Then when you make 350, you go and become doctor. Why are you rushing to doctor? Because you think that you make ends meet in medicine, not because teacher, you don't like teaching. Some of us started teaching, but we didn't continue because we were not making money. So I had to change to software engineer. Today I'm a renowned software engineer. Okay. And in that, I think I make more cool money. But my passion always goes to transferring knowledge to others. That's why even if you come to what I do today, I still train people on how to do what I'm doing, because I love transferring knowledge. So if you look at it, you now begin to know that I could have ordinarily been a standard strong teacher in the classroom. If I teach you mathematics, you will love it.
That's commendable.
Do you understand? But I rather continue with my software so that I can be making money than going back to classroom, because the salary is not interesting. But if the salary become interesting now, you see a lot of, when lecturership, their salary was reviewed, a lot of people stopped and joined lecturership. That's when they produce our own set. What's happening in lecturing now, people are running away because they are not well motivated. In the next 10 years, we'll see the result. The people they will produce will be worse than us. Take my word.
Okay, let me go off script, because I've seen your passion. I want to ask you directly now. You said the private school came to solve a problem. In your assessment, have private schools been able to solve the impasse in education in Nigeria?
The point is this. Private school came to solve a problem. And they said that absolute power corrupts. So they came to solve a problem that was created. And more problems were being created, and people start, and a good number of private schools are now taking advantage of government inability to even drill from the problem they came to solve and make their money. Some are still doing that. So in every 12, there must be Judas.
Okay. All right. I may quite agree with you that, yes, teachers are not well taken care of. However, I've seen how that has hiked you. But let's move away a bit into these new policies, new introduction into the curriculum. We've heard about digital literacy, AI, robotics, and all that, turning education to be a vocational and skill acquisition. I want your critical assessment of this, where we are told before a child should graduate from secondary school, that child should have learned a trade or a vocational skill. How do you see this new introduction? Was that part of your recommendation?
The truth of the matter is that these recommendations are very vital and fine. In fact, if you allow me, I should ask myself, why are we going to school in China? The way they understand school is different from the way we understand school. In China, they learn English just to be able to communicate. They are not learning it to become a pro. So you see some of their schools where you go, they speak China fully. Nobody is speaking English. What are the interests? They want to teach you garment making, and you are learning it. Do you understand? So, but if you take me back to this country where you are talking about a child must learn one skill before he graduates, Uchenna, right?
Yes.
In the next 5 years, what we will be interested is, did you pass the course? Not did you learn the skill.
So,
did you pass the course? Not do the. So at the end of the day, we will graduate a mechanical engineer who don't know the combination of plug, valve, and piston. And if you ask me here, I will educate you how these three combust and produce energy that can move. And I will tell you the difference between gasoline and fuel. Why the one that uses gas does not need a fire plug, because the valve will burst it and all those things. Because I understand it and I know it and I can construct a cylinder. But I did not pass it. I don't have certificate to that. But if I go for certificate, I will get it. But I will be more relevant than that man who is interested in code. You look at Nigeria. You want to travel sometimes, they say you need a TB test. And you stay here and call and they give you a TB result. Are we fooling who? Understand me. In education is meant to bring solution. Go and watch the YouTube of my school. During the graduation ceremony of primary 6 this year, inside there we were not dancing, we were connecting CCTV and it was working live. That child who connected the CCTV knows what is BNC, he knows what is VGA, he knows what is DVR, he knows what is hard disk. That's what is important. And it wasn't even in their result. But when two of them who went to one secondary school, I don't want to mention because I'm not advertising for them. When they got there, they started telling the teacher, we know how to do this. Their CCTV spoiled in that school. They went and repaired it. They called my school. How did you do that? But in Nigeria, they will turn it upside down. They will say, do you have a certificate on any scale? You say, yes, I have certificate in aeronautic engineering. Where you have not entered aeroplane before. But you are an aeronautic engineer. so if I bring it together, the issue is not the nomenclature. I've said government should know the problem they came to solve. And when they solve one, we can clap for them. Leave all this in. The only problem we have just like me now sitting here analyzing, somebody will stay one place and be clapping for me that I'm too intelligent. Or guy, you can only quantify my intelligence when you walk into my school and see that all I'm saying here is working there. Not because I can stay here and speak eloquent grammar and you say this guy is too intelligent. Don't take it. Come to where I'm operating. Know whether what I'm saying here is practically done. And that's why most of the time when I'm called for interview, I beat my chest to come, because I can go and point where I've done that. I can point boys that are produced that have hand. I have point students who graduated from my school. Let me tell you, if I had been interested in money, my school is more standard than so many secondary schools in Enugu. Somebody came to my school and was asking me, he thought this is a polytechnic, but it's a nursery primary school. Because my interest is the result. And even if you talk about the money, I still make money there. So, but sometimes somebody just want to be answering proprietor of nursery, primary, secondary, university, the one that is running now School of Nursing. Everybody is building School of Nursing. I had a proposal to convert part of my school to School of Nursing. I see. So that is then when the person graduates as a nurse in my school and he has never touched injection. It's strange. I can quote you. I have a niece who graduated from one university in Enugu. It was when he graduated as a nurse that I found a place where she was working. That's the first time he started using syringe. And he was a nurse, graduated.
All right. Mr. Ness, if I get you correctly, if I understand you correctly, you don't have issue with the policy. Your problem is implementation. How have you implemented this in Swiss Academy that's made it functional, made it impact the kids? And how are we going to, or what would you advise that will toll in implementing this policy for it to work?
I've mentioned all the problem. Number one, in teacher motivation. Come to my school. I have a small teacher's quarters. So when I employ you and you don't have accommodation, you can manage there. If I'm government, I will elaborate it. Number two, their salary. I still pay 13 months. Go and ask my teachers. They receive salary every 26. Today, they must have received their salary. You can take a step after now. They have never been owed. So, and every September, their salary is increased. Go today, you ask them, did your salary not increase? Because this is the September salary. No matter how little, your salary must increase every September.
Every September?
Every September, your salary must increase. And today is September 26, our salary date. Thank God, Nada Akuzu Wanaka. So I can tell you a salary date, but don't go and kidnap my teachers.
We are not kidnapping. So we'll make the country work better.
Thank you. So if you go there today, you know, when I talk, I give you an example. Go and ask them, have you received your salary? Do you understand? We pay them during holidays. In some schools, they don't pay during holidays. We pay them during holidays. On December 18th, they receive their salary. These are the things that solve the problem of teachers that I told you, even though we've not gotten to where we are going to. But I pay teachers above minimum wage of Enugu State. That's another thing. Go and verify. I pay them above minimum wage. Primary school teachers, I pay them above minimum wage of Enugu State. Now, you come back to the training. The teachers undergo training to the point that my teachers are going to other schools to train them. Number 3, some of my teachers were enrolled in SDG training, that where they emerged, and that made our school to become an SDG school. Next year, they will be going to Singapore. Some of them, they have been selected to go for further training by UN about giving the qualitative education. These are the things, the ways the government ought. How many primary school teachers in Enugu have traveled to Lagos to just have a training? Do you understand? Even when they travel, what they are interested is in the what they call it, the ESTA code. Do you know that in my school you can't behave without behaving according to our motto, which is education beyond class? How many of these principals and teachers know the motto and the vision of the school they are leading? Without a vision of this Aneke TV, you can't run here. You must know what you people came to solve, and you run by the vision. How many times is the principal having training with the teachers? The teachers and the principal, who is even more knowledgeable. One time in my school, I had a principal, a head teacher. So anytime my teachers are going for training, he would tell them, you people will go. As a head teacher, he doesn't need to go. After 2 terms, the teachers were better than her, and he couldn't manage them, and she lost her job. Do you understand? All these things I'm telling you, I'm giving you examples. So in our schools, if the principal or the head teacher call for meeting, it must be for them to share orange or carafish, not to talk about. So the commissioner, how many times have you called the CSPs, sit them down, make them leaders, train them in a way that they can go down and train the one or subordinate to them? Anytime they want to do that, they will just put camera everywhere. Is that a result? Are you getting me? So the point here, and to your question, how am I implementing it in my school? I mentioned about 3. I can go on and tell you, because I know my problem. That's the thing. Number 1, do you know your problem? Because I know my problem, I'm taking them one by one. I'm improving in all of them. Next year now, we're working on water. We're working on water in my school.
Mr. Ernest,
Thank you.
Perhaps what we're talking about is what the smart school in Enugu is set out to correct. Don't you agree with me on that?
I don't agree with you totally. I will still use my place as an example. I listened to the governor passionately making speech that the smart school is green smart school, that they have green farm, they have green electricity. In fact, the school in my my village, Obokpa, was one of them, publicly publicized, so I've been ready. But I can bet my money, I can bet my blockers that there is no green farm in that place, because it was built inside people's house. Look at Igwebezugoke's house. Look at the express that lead to Voko. Look at the church. Where is the green farm there? I don't want to argue about whether solar panels are there or not. So sometimes you see, it's not what we are being told that is being done. So, but in reality, in the speech, it's quite wonderful. So whether it's the people they gave the contract that are bastardizing it, but even I have said it time without number that the location of the one they located in my village is not well located, because one is that the school is at the boundary of us and another community instead of being in the center where the children can access it. So the accessibility issue has been 0. Then it is built in a built-up area along the main road where the children will just step down there at the 3rd road. So any emergency, if a motor has accident in that road, it can slide into the classroom, the location. Then you talk about farm. There is no land there to use and do farm, except whether they are going to do the farm inside the classroom. Do you understand me now? So, but the policy is fine. But you cannot blame the government always, because there are people who were in my village who were talking with the governor to agree for the school to be cited there. So I'm not like making excuse for the governor or the government, where I'm also not blaming them in total. We are the government. What have we done? All I did as my own quota is that when I noticed that they have started building that, I came to media and said that. I wrote to the governor to have audience with him. I still have my acknowledgement letter. He didn't invite me. What else can I do? I leave it. But I've made my own effort as a citizen.
All right. Going forward, let's come down to the issue of the Enugu State in particular, new policies. And I meant to ask, given what we are seeing that private schools, we are told to pay 500,000 and then 200,000 for inspection. I want to ask, are you aware of any communique like this?
I even paid 250. So
Also,
my school
okay,
paid 250.
to my next question, how are private schools making profit this time around?
Let me come in. I have argued this in several quarters, in as much as I'm a private school owner. Even if government want to make the running of private school that you have to pay 1 billion, it really do not concern me much as a private school owner, but it concern me as a citizen of Enugu. Understand me. Why it doesn't concern me as a private school owner is that if the government have solved the problem of education, no private school will thrive. So imposing 2 million does not, they are just suffering the masses, because if you pose 2 million to me, I'll pose my school fees to 5 million, and you don't have option because there is no government school to go. You still come and you pay. So it affects me as a citizen of Enugu, not as a business owner. In fact, it becomes better for us as far as I'm concerned. But as a citizen of Enugu, it's not better for me. In my school, I pay land use charge for having the school. The NGs have come and say, they will count how many plots I built my school on, and I'll pay 100,000. And I have my CFO. After I pay land use charge, I come and pay NGs for recertification. The next government will come and do recertification. The road in front of my school, I spend 800,000 to fill it. Water have carried it away. So not even that when they collect this money, they come and help you and provide amenity. There is no dustbin around my school. I have told the local government chairman, nothing has happened. So I have to, every weekend, I have to contract a truck that will come and carry it. Yet I have S-Wama. The S-Wamas only go to the estates where the big men are living. Now, you come back to electricity. I've not had light since this will resume this time. So when you come to the question you're asking me about the fees, the government is just suffering their citizens. So when they put all this thing together on us, we will pass it to the parent. And because parent has no option, they will pay. But if they assuming the government has their schools here and there and they are doing well, if you make it unbearable for me, I close my school. Do you understand? In fact, when fuel got to the climax, I told my parents that I won't provide school bus again. They almost fainted. They had to look for a way to arrange money for me to buy a bus. You can imagine that. Because they are desperate. If the government are functioning, why would people suffer themselves to go and arrange money to buy a bus for a private school owner? Because they are handicapped. So what I'm trying to say is that the issue is not about whether the fee is correct or not, but is the government, what are they doing?
All right.
What are they doing? So as a private school, I have no issue. But as a citizen of Enugu, it's too exorbitant. And again, it now trickles down to those schools who cannot afford it. A school in Aniri collects school fees 7,000 naira, and it has 100 students. How much? 700,000, and he will come and take 250 to do inspection and take 400 to pay for license. How much is remaining to pay the teachers? Are you getting my point? We can solve it here, but we can't solve it there. Then is there a government school around that those children will go? The answer is no. Because the one available are not functioning. The one that want to function now is smart school and is not close to them. The children cannot track to them. And it's a basic education. Assuming this is a senior secondary education, we don't have a problem.
Okay. But let me ask, how is NAPS engaging the government concerning this multiple taxation? Vis-a-vis, you've mentioned a private school in Aniri that cannot afford to even pay 200,000. So how is NAPS engaging the government, or what are they doing?
Like last week, we had a meeting with the commissioner. Graciously, he called for the meeting, and he, like this scenario I mentioned, he said, okay, if the school come and prove that that is true, they are going to waive some things for the school, which is a good development. So NAPS is engaging them. I know that I saw a letter, they invited the current NAPS chairman to come to Ekene Namani's office and talk about the multiple taxation, because as I told you now, I use my school as example. My school is around Dental. When anything I tell you to make inquiry. From Dental Junction, from St. Mary's to Tanker Park to Noah's, there is no waste being dumped. There is none. You know, where I'm mentioning where you know that you are a journalist, go and verify. So you can imagine that the problem is not only that we are being faced with heavy taxation, but the issue is that the amenities are not provided. There is no water. I know how much I paid S1. I paid and bought the big bucket. I know how much I paid. But have they rendered the service to me any day? No. Local government will come for capitation rate. I have paid. It's in my office. The Ministry of Transport will come that you pay for your bus. The signboard people will come. The which one will the Ministry of Education will come with their own. So if these things are there, let the service come.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe on these issues.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obo Obina Samson.
Abu Ngozi Otahumele.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obo Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Insight, and we're looking at the education in Nigeria vis-a-vis the new policy directions of the government. And we are speaking with Ernest Ike Ugu, former chairman of NAPS, National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools in Enugu, and he is the director of Swiss Kids Academy. Mr. Ernest, we are looking at these policies. Now, I want to know how you feel about this very one. There is direction that when a child enrolls in a school and ends up doing up to SS2 in a particular school, that child cannot leave that very school to enroll in another one to write NECO or WAEC.
That is a good policy. I said, I don't think we have any policy that is not good. My only problem is implementation. Yes, that is necessary because it helps in checking exam malpractice. Okay. However, let it not be when my son, because my name is Ernest, want to change in SS2, he will be able to change. But you, Uche, your son want to change, he can't change. That's my issue. Once it's going to be all animals being equal, these policies are good. I've said it from beginning. We have fine policies. If you talk about policies, but implementation, because we don't talk about implementation before. Ask the government, Fadam Bodile. We had a meeting, that's the chairman of PPSMB, and they said, that was when one man of Biafra was saying that he was going to kill me. Because I said, the government said, if you don't open school on Monday, they are going to close your school. It's a fine policy. But I told them they can't do it. They say, well, I say, yes, the school in Abakpa, you don't even know all of them. How are you going to close me when I don't open? If you close me tomorrow, will you be there for me not to open? Do you understand? So the issue is that they don't think what they want to do. They think about this statement, how good it is. They don't think about the implementability of what they said. And I sat with Father and said, Father, then Aneke Zaka was the commissioner for information. I said, this is not possible. That would rather say, we would rather take a trip on a Monday. People who open school, we give them some incentive. That's Nigeria. The following Monday, everybody will want to open, thinking that incentive is going to come, rather than saying that we are going to. What we needed was a result. Do you understand? That what we needed was a result, not for the masses to clap for us. So if we are just to be going to the television and say, if you don't open school, we have said everybody go to school on Monday, it makes no meaning as far as I'm concerned. But if we do something that will make school go on Monday, we realize our result. Whether you clap for us or not, the result is what we are interested in. So I have said that most times that government are not sincere, either by omission or deliberate. I don't know. They are not sincere in what they want to achieve. So for me, the policies are very fantastic. We don't really have a policy that I would say, even the Chinese, it is fine because these days we are all moving to Asia, so it's good for us to learn. French is good for learn. But did we plan to achieve it, or did we just want to say it so that somebody will clap for us that we are very intelligent? That's my own.
All right, but what about learning in our mother tongue? Do you see that as being feasible to implement in this era? And is it a direction that Nigeria should take?
Well, learning our mother tongue may work for Hausas and Yoruba. But my brother, we the Igbos, where most of our children don't even understand Igbo. So when you are teaching them with mother tongue, I don't even know which one you are going to call mother tongue for them. Because, in fact, in my house, I'm also a culprit. Because my children always tell me they can understand all Igbo, but they can't speak very well because others are speaking English in the school. So, but I know that Yoruba people living in Enugu, their children are speaking Yoruba fluently. Whether it's fluently, I don't know anyway, because I don't hear. But the way they speak, I think they are fluent. So, mother tongue is a good one. But the issue here is teach people with the language they know. If mother tongue is better for them, fine. It's not when I'm like this interview we are having here. If I know what I will speak in Igbo and make it more clearer to my audience, I should be able to speak Igbo. Not for somebody to be judging me is that I don't know my tenses. That's why I'm speaking like this. The issue is the communication. Am I communicating? Is the person I'm talking to comprehending what I'm saying? So in any case, we do it provided we achieve our result. I don't have a problem. But I'm very, very sure that the millennium children, the 90% of them don't understand their mother tongue. What they think is mother tongue is English.
All right. Before I get a little bit personal, let me ask this question. Do you see any future for private school education in Nigeria, given the policies some sort, the economy, and everything happening in Nigeria currently?
When you say future, I would want you to expatiate. Future as in surviving, or future as in
surviving. And then since government is going into smart school, digitalization of schools, and then perhaps we may see government being able to provide those basic difference that the private schools have been able to cover over the years.
The way the government are going, they can't solve the education problem. However, if they are able to do that, it is for good of Nigeria. So the whether or whether private education, private school education in everywhere in the world is they have different solutions they are providing. Go to US, private schools are there. Go to UK, private schools are there. Private universities are there. Do you understand? So we are not a different country. The highest we could do is to solve the problem to the point that the United Kingdom have solved their own, that did not remove private education. However, it will impact if the government continue in good trajectory. In fact, one of the things I have to commend the government is being conscious of education. Whether they are making mistake or not, one day they will get it right. But them standing up, they're talking about this education is a good one. Yes, because as they are talking about it, we are criticizing and telling them they are picking some information and using it to adjust one way or the other. In the next 10 years, I see us surviving if we continue like this. So it's not holistically to condemn that everything is bad. No. The consciousness alone is a good signal. I commend government for that, both in nation, both in state, both in local government, the consciousness. So, but what the government needs to adjust is to remove the eye service. Once they remove the eye service, things will go further. So, for private education, this or that, they are solving their different problem. So, what will happen is that when government be able to solve the other ones, they won't put hand there. They will be restrained on what other private schools are solving in other developed countries. Not to hear that the private schools are even solving, in fact, solving the problem of churches. Talk more of government solving the family problem. You know, this time around, when you see a child and he greet you very well, you say, which school are you attending? Instead of saying, who is your parent? When I was small, when I behaved well, they asked, who is your parent? But today, when a child behaves well, they ask, which school do you attend? So the thing has gone down to that the school is even solving the family problem. In my school, sometimes we even go for counseling, teaching people how to cook food. But when the child open the food, you will see that the food is nothing to write home about. Some school now provide meal in the school, not because they don't want people to come with all sort of nonsense in the school. So the private school in Nigeria have gone further to even be solving family problem. But so if those things are solved, then the private school will be restrained in solving the problem they are supposed to solve even in other nations.
All right. But before I let you go, this best now, are there any future political ambition that we should be watching out for?
No, every human being is a political animal. So we can't rule out anything.
Is there any move come 2027?
I contested the election last session, 2023. On June 5th, that I was going to Asaba for the Labour Party primary when His Excellency P2B said we should come to Asaba. I never knew that I was going to contest the election. It was in that hall that the Okute said, you are a candidate of, you are a good person to contest the election. Go and contest the election. So yeah, if I say yes now, and somebody, I see future in it tomorrow, I will go. If I say no, if I say yes now and tomorrow I see no reason to go, I will leave. But if there is opportunity for us to serve, what we have in our brain, we think that the Nigerian society need it. So if we see opportunity, we'll come. But we are not desperate. We have things we are doing. So if we are not seeing opportunity to come and serve, we'll go our way.
All right. On that note, we'll draw the curtain today on the insight. And we've been speaking to Ernest Ike Ugu, former chairman of National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools in Enugu, and he's the director of Swiss Kids Academy. Ernest, it's been a pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you so much.
But we'll invite you again where we'll expand on other issues. You know, today we'll just first government policies on education, but there are really other interesting issues that we'll need to deal with.
Once I'm in town,
all right, and you, our audience, remember that on the insight, your view matters. Send us your views, your opinion on if listening to an expert on these issues. So send us your opinion on what you think or other issues you think we will discuss with the hashtag The Insight on Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Until we come your way, same time next week. I remain your host, Uche Osai.
It was Robert Greene who asserted, "The future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways." The Wise Counsel greatly explores why it is permanent for growing youth to learn and master in-demand skills. There are skills one can engage in to boost independence, employability, self-confidence, and entrepreneurship. Some of them include events decoration, hairstyling, furniture making, painting, tiling, and house decoration. Likewise, some tech skills such as search engine optimization, ethical hacking, web design, and game development. Although learning these skills could be time-consuming, difficult, and unclear, it is advised to keep learning until you become a master of it. Learning a skill is not enough. It requires mastering to compete favorably in the marketplace. When Aneke TV interacted with some residents of Enugu, they said that mastering a good skill was a gateway to financial freedom, economic empowerment, and a nation building.
My name is Tochukwu Ikeme Austin. I'm a stylist. I fix nails. We do pedicure, manicure. We do boot locking. You understand? Boot piercing, any type of piercing. That's what we do for a living. But instead of being idle, you have to get something doing to support yourself about tomorrow. Yeah, I learned it from my boss. I have a boss. It's not that much, but it's how fast you are. You learn it. And being creative. because call it stylist, you have to be creative, and that's all. I am my living, but not just that much, because you know we have a different motive. Maybe if you be looking for 1 million, maybe you are gaining 200,000, but you have to manage it instead of being idle. Understand? So that's it.
What do you tell Nigerian youths that are idle moving around?
It's nothing. It's just to look for something doing instead of being idle. Understand? It's something that you cannot even learn. Maybe it cannot even be 6 months or 3 months. You can learn it. It's something simple. It's free if you are ready for it. Instead of being idle, you give it a try.
Afambo Abuchi Christopher. If no phone, how from phone I say Azon from all the phone I say when I go no the doors August. I no catalam photos bo Galwa phone amomiamo. Ewe case amia ewe ndi na amu ye ewe ndi na amu 6 months. So mo amomie ye mo ya. Awokwe ga sigi no kacha alu. Mana the little one emutagodu. Oge ye nge ego and ị ga-esi nwunye wee na-egbo mkpa gị.
Chimeremma Vivian, Ofo by name, from Enugu State. As you can see, I'm a shoemaker designer by professional. Yes, a lot of gains, at least. Everywhere good, and God has been faithful to it. Depending on the designs, you can get the one of 15, 12, 20, 25, 30,000, depending the one you want. It's not easy, but on the process, once you get it, so you understand what you are doing, it will be easier for you to do. Yes, you have to go through the process now. If you have passion now, I believe if you have passion on something, if you go there, you achieve what you want. Once you are less busy and you are not doing anything, you channel your energy in something else. Skin is good. Handworking is good. At least you earn your own money without being insulted by some major things.
My name is Chemerie, known as Papilo of shoes. Well, I don't like discussing about this, but I can tell you that this work is one of the handmade, how should I put it, handcrafts work that gives money. It's also good. I didn't work under one boss, like because I started this work in a tender age. Only thing I can drop as something to them is that in life is not that easy for men to just stay and relax at home or all these things. So it's not that easy. That's one. Secondly, everybody needs to have what he or she is doing.
My name is Ogidi Kenneth. I'm from Enugu State. I'm doing shoe making in Ogbeteme Market in Enugu. Let's say 14 years now. I have people that I have trained. So I'm still expecting some more people to train. And you like the work? Yeah.
Then how much can you make in a month, roughly?
Roughly. Let's say approximately in a month, like 100 and something thousand. Because it's everyday work. We amend, we do new ones, we do all kind of work that brings money. As you can see, like Nigerian now, so somebody needs something, hard work, to train himself. Understand? I'm encouraging them to learn anything, handwork, because handwork is life. Handwork can help you. Just to learn it and be creative, you'll be making much money. You don't need extra money to start updating, just to bend down and learn the work. After learning, you'll be progressing.
I'm sewing. I'm learning how to sew. Of course. I would like to make a lot of money from it. The only thing I would like to tell them is to go and learn work. Because without this work, you will be depending on human beings. And they can disappoint at any time.
My name is Mr. Ido, and I'm doing fashion and designer in Ogbeteme Market. You know, when somebody do business, what you are expecting from there is gain. But when you sit at home or you are just there doing nothing, I don't think there's anything that will come out of it. It's for long, it's more than 15 years now. So I believe that when you come here and
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakba. Now the headlines. Senate moves to toughen penalties for food safety violations. Sexual harassment in tertiary institution now a 14-year jail offense. Kaduna government offers bandits education and healthcare to end violence. Critical Kogi project stall as state funds dry up. Navy rescues 11 passengers from sinking boats on Bonny River. Tinubu nominates Enugu San Kingsley Ude as minister. Abia, Akwa Ibom explore joint railway to boost trade. Federal government to deepen South-South ports to enhance trade competitiveness. Now the news in details. The federal government has held a diplomatic briefing in Abuja to reject the United States designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern over alleged religious persecution. Officials maintain that Nigeria's constitution is secular and that the U.S. decision misrepresents the country's legal and social framework. The permanent secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs stressed that blasphemy is not a federal offense and that Sharia courts in some states operate within the secular legal order. He said ongoing security operations are aimed at criminal elements, not any religious group, while urging Washington to adopt a balanced, evidence-based view on Nigeria's diversity. Diplomats were told the designation could strain cooperation between both countries. Nigeria is now engaging with U.S. officials to clarify its human rights and security situation, while analysts say the move is part of efforts to protect the nation's international reputation. The Senate has raised alarm over the increasing use of harmful chemicals in Nigeria's food chain, describing it as a public health crisis. Lawmakers said the widespread use of calcium carbide to ripen fruits, paracetamol to soften meat, and the coloring of palm oil and pepper with banned Sudan ivy dye poses grave risks to citizens. Senate investigations link these chemicals to chronic diseases including cancer, kidney failure, and foodborne infections such as cholera and Lassa fever. Nigeria recorded 14,000 cholera cases and over 100 Lassa fever deaths in 2025 alone, much of it tied to poor food handling practices. The upper chamber directed regulatory agencies like NAQS, FCCPC and NICFOST to intensify enforcement and public awareness campaigns. It also resolved to amend existing food laws to impose stricter penalties on offenders while commending recent consumer protection crackdowns in Kano and Lagos. Former Vice President Yemi Osibanjo has urged African governments to measure development by citizens' welfare rather than GDP growth. He spoke at the Ford Foundation's 65th anniversary in Lagos, warning that economic expansion without improved quality of life cannot be sustained. Osinbajo called for a bottom-up approach that includes rural dwellers, women, and youth in economic planning. He said corruption and poor governance have created wide inequality, leaving many Nigerians behind despite rising growth statistics. The former vice president emphasized that sound policies must translate to better education, healthcare, and jobs. Analysts say his comments reinforce ongoing calls for inclusive governance and citizen-focused development models across Africa. Governor Chukwuma Soludo has called on Anambra residents to participate fully in Saturday's governorship election. Speaking at a rally in his hometown of Isuofia, Soludo said active voter participation will determine the continuity of his administration's reforms. He highlighted key achievements in infrastructure, education, and digital governance, assuring citizens that his government remains committed to equitable development. Local community leaders at the rally pledged support and donated to ongoing community projects. Aneke says it will deploy over 24,000 ad hoc staff and accredited journalists across the state's 5,718 polling units. The commission reaffirmed its readiness for a transparent poll, while observers stressed the importance of adequate security for a credible process. The Federal Road Safety Corps has launched its Ember Moon Safety Campaign in Port Harcourt to minimize road accidents during the festive season. Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed urged officers to focus on discipline, teamwork, and zero tolerance for extortion while discharging their duties. He warned that road crashes continue to impose heavy economic and emotional cost on families and called for stronger community engagement to promote safe driving. Mohammed also acknowledged welfare improvements within the Corps and commended officers for professionalism. The Corps Marshals encouraged interagency collaboration with transport unions and security bodies to reduce congestion and fatalities during the year-end rush. Local commanders pledged to intensify patrols and public enlightenment for safer highways across the country. Nigeria has enacted a new law prescribing up to 14 years imprisonment for lecturers found guilty of sexually harassing students. The Sexual Harassment of Students Prevention and Prohibition Act, sponsored by Senate leader Bayemi Bamidele, seeks to end decades of sex for grades scandals in tertiary institutions. The law removes student consent as a defense and mandates all universities and colleges to establish independent committees to handle complaints. It also requires immediate court prosecution of offenders found culpable. Observers describe the legislation as landmark step towards safer learning environments. They say the enforcement of the act could finally break the culture of silence and impunity for that has protected abusers for years. The Kaduna State government says it is changing its security strategy by addressing the social causes of banditry through education, healthcare, and community rebuilding. Information Commissioner Ahmed Mayaki said the initiative tagged the Kaduna Peace Model replaces confrontation with dialogue and inclusion. He told journalists that rehabilitated bandits and affected communities are now benefiting from schools, clinics, and market reopenings, helping restore trust and livelihoods. The government says the approach has reduced abductions and killings across parts of the state. Mayaki added that collaboration with the Office of the National Security Advisor has led to the safe release of more than 500 captives without ransom. Officials say the model is gradually restoring peace to our areas once overrun by violent groups. Several capital projects in Kogi State remain stalled following the government's failure to release funds to key agencies. Budget data shows that major institutions, including the Specialist Hospital in Lokoja, the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Teaching Hospital, and the College of Education, MOPA, received no capital disbursements in 2025. Hospitals and schools across the state are battling dilapidation, with patients and students bearing the brunt of delayed infrastructure. Civil society groups have condemned the situation, calling for urgent fiscal transparency. Observers warn that prolonged neglect could deepen poverty and unemployment in the state. They are arguing Governor Ahmed Ododo's administration to prioritize capital release to restore basic services. The Nigerian Navy has rescued 11 passengers from a sinking speedboat along the Bonne River in Rivers State. The vessel, which left Nembe Waterside Jetty for Coal Beach Jetty, developed engine trouble before taken in water midstream. Navy patrol personnel on routine surveillance quickly responded to distress call and evacuated the stranded passengers to safety. Officials say the victims were later handed over to the Marine Police for onward transfer to their families. The Navy reaffirmed its commitment to protecting maritime routes, ensuring safety and preventing illegal activities on Nigerian waterways. It also pledged to maintain continuous patrols under the directive of the Chief of Naval Staff. Health professionals are calling for faster updatation of medical innovation to reduce maternal and newborn deaths across Africa. Speaking in Abuja, Professor Taiwo Amole of Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital said interventions like the e-motive bundle could save thousands of lives if scaled nationwide. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is supporting Nigerians' rollout through training and supply of life-saving equipment. Data shows maternal mortality has declined slightly from 1,047 to 993 deaths per 100,000 live births. Experts at the forum urged governments to invest in health technology and regional collaboration. They said the new AIM MNCH think tank will guide policies that translate research into life-saving action for mothers and children. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. Follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Senate moves to toughen penalties for food safety violations. Sexual harassment in tertiary institution now a 14-year jail offense. Kaduna government offers bandits education and healthcare to end violence. Critical Kogi project stall as state funds dry up. Navy rescues 11 passengers from sinking. We'll be right back.
The Arena with Chris Anibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris Anibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. Still on the news, President Bola Tinubu has nominated Dr. Kingsley Tochukwu Ude-San from Enugu State as a federal minister. Senate President Godswill Akpabio read the nomination letter on the floor, with screening scheduled before the end of the week. Ude currently serves as Enugu State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice. He replaces Uche Naji, who resigned last month over a certificate controversy. His appointment restores Enugu's representation in the federal cabinet. Lawmakers say his legal expertise will strengthen the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. Abia and Akwa Ibom states have agreed to pursue a joint railway project to enhance trade and regional integration. Governor Alex Oti announced the plan after meeting officials of the China Harbour Engineering Company in Umuahia. He said both states share strong commercial and cultural links and would benefit from a rail corridor connecting key industrial hubs. The project will complement the proposed Azumini Seaport and Abia Industrial Park in Ukwa West. The Chinese firm has indicated readiness to support feasibility studies and provide technical expertise. Governor Oti described the partnership as a catalyst for Southeast and South-South economic growth. Agege Local Council Chairman Tunde Aziz, popularly called Disco, has resigned, citing health challenges that limit his capacity to serve. The council's legislative body accepted his resignation and appointed Abdul Ganiyu Vinod Obasa as the new chairman. The leadership transition was immediate to ensure administrative continuity. Council lawmakers also used the opportunity to review internal committees for greater accountability. Community leaders praised Aziz's decision as selfless and in the best interest of governance stability. They expressed optimism that the new chairman will sustain ongoing development projects. Nigeria is mourning the passing of retired Major General Abdullahi Mohammed Andama, former Chief of Staff to Presidents Olusegun Obasanjo and Umar Yar'Adua. He died at his Kaduna residence at the age of 86. President Bola Tinubu described him as a loyal and disciplined officer whose service helped strengthen national security and governance. Former President Obasanjo and other dignitaries praised his patriotism and integrity. A funeral prayer was held in Abuja attended by top military officers and family members. Tributes continue to pour in for a man many describe as an embodiment of national unity and public service. The federal government has unveiled plans to deepen major seaports in the South-South region to a 16-meter draft. The measure will enable Nigerian ports to handle larger vessels and boost maritime trade competitiveness. Minister of Marine and Blue Economy Adeboyega Oyetola said ports in Warri, Oni, Rivers and Calabar will be upgraded. He noted that new deep sea ports are also being developed in Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, Cross River and River States. Oyetola said the reforms will reduce shipping costs, attract foreign investment and create jobs. He called on states to leverage the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway to promote tourism and blue economy opportunities. The Senate has revealed that Nigerians lost over $300 billion to crude oil theft, leakages and poor oversight over the past decade. The finding was contained in an interim report presented by Senator Ned Nwoko of Delta North. Lawmakers blamed weak enforcement, lack of accurate metering, and untracked export for the losses. They recommended the deployment of drones, the creation of oil theft courts, and a maritime trust fund for pipeline security. Industrial experts say adopting smart technology is vital to monitoring production and boosting transparency. A retreat in Lagos this week will explore digital solutions to safeguard Nigerians' oil assets. Abia Warriors say they are determined to consolidate their impressive form in the Nigerian Premier Football League and aim for continental competition next season. Chairman John Obu attributed the club's success to disciplined management, prompt player welfare and quality coaching. The Warriors currently top the NPFL table after 11 weeks following a strong run under coach Imama Amababo. Obo said lessons from their CAF Confederation Cup debut have strengthened the team's resolve. He assured fans that the club will maintain its upward trajectory and continue investing in youth development. Supporters have commended the team's renewed energy and commitment to excellence. Nollywood actress Regina Daniels says her parents, Rita Daniels and Jude Ejogu, have reunited to support the release of her brother, Sammy West, who remains in detention. She revealed that the reconciliation was prompted by shared concern for her well-being. The actress said the family is united in resolving the matter and ensuring justice for her brother. She also expressed gratitude to fans for their messages of encouragement. Family sources say the reunion marks a turning point after years of estrangement. Observers described it as a show of solidarity amid ongoing domestic challenges. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. Nigeria has enacted a law imposing up to 14 years imprisonment for lecturers involved in sexual harassment. Kaduna is promoting education and healthcare as part of peace efforts with repentant bandits. The federal government is deepening South-South ports and developing new seaports to boost trade. Abia and Akwa Ibom are partnering on a joint railway to enhance regional commerce. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakaba, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area
and influence policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofensala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot. Beauty is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty. Raw, radiant, and real.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like Sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas in states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient, and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights, and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marriage to rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to the prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution, It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors. Public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have cued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition VAP Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. You can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Over the years, parents and guardians have battled with the rising cost of school materials, and at the center of this challenge are non-transferable textbooks, popularly known as workbooks. These books are designed in such a way that once a child has written in them, they cannot be passed on to siblings or other students. At first, the idea seemed innovative, but over time, some school management began making these books compulsory. Pupils and students without them often found themselves unable to complete certain assignments, creating a sharp departure from the long-standing practice of simply using notebooks. While convenient for teachers, this academic style came at a cost literally. Families were forced to purchase new copies every academic year, thereby increasing the economic hardship for the family. Recently, the governments of Imo, Benue, Anambra, and Ondo states moved to address this burden by banning the use of non-transferable textbooks in their schools. The decision has sparked conversations across communities. When Aneke TV spoke with parents and guardians, reactions were mixed. Many expressed relief, welcoming the chance to save money and return to a culture of reusing books. Others, particularly in states yet to adopt the policy, are watching closely, hoping similar changes will soon reach their children's classrooms.
I believe the government meant well for schools by making that policy of non-transferable textbooks to schools. Though it has not gotten down to Enugu State, but I believe in due time our government will review its own as well. It's not bad for me to say that. It's not bad because the curriculum review, I know it comes, I think, 3 years, every 3 or 4 years. If a textbook, if a child or children in a particular family uses the textbook, at the time there will be another curriculum review. If he prompts to change that textbook, we will follow suit. It's a welcome development, and I believe the government meant well.
It's quite discouraging and it's quite disturbing that somebody, your sibling, the book, for instance, the book somebody used, then that the person's sibling, the child's sibling, that is coming to the class the next academic session will not use that book. It's not healthy. It's not the ideal thing. It's exploitative, and wherever such thing is tenable, they should think twice and change it because it's not good.
It's a beautiful and welcome development. In this situation, I think the government meant well for both parents, learners, and schools. So with this, I think that the parents will no longer complain of paying for textbooks, each term pay for textbook and all that. And also the teachers will have a separate book or a separate exercise book for homework and other things. So the writing in the textbook, most times when you give the learners textbooks to do their homework, before the term will run out, in fact, it will not even last for a whole section.
As schools reopen, the ban is already making a difference. Parents in the affected states breathe easier, while those elsewhere continue to push for reform. For many, the bigger hope is not just to cut costs, but to restore an educational tradition where books are handed down, knowledge is shared, and no child is left behind because of financial barriers. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
It was Robert Greene who asserted, "The future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways." The Wise Council greatly explores why it is permanent for growing youth to learn and master in-demand skills. There are skills one can engage in to boost independence, employability, self-confidence, and entrepreneurship. Some of them include events decoration, hairstyling, furniture making, painting, tiling, and house decoration. Likewise, some tech skills such as search engine optimization, ethical hacking, web design, and game development. Although learning these skills could be time-consuming, difficult, and unclear, it is advised to keep learning until you become a master of it. Learning a skill is not enough. It requires mastering to compete favorably in the marketplace. When Aneke TV interacted with some residents of Enugu, they said that mastering a good skill was a gateway to financial freedom, economic empowerment, and a nation building.
My name is Aneke Austin. I'm a stylist. I fix nails. We do pedicure, manicure. We do both locking. You understand? Both piercing, any type of piercing. That's what we do for a living. But instead of being idle, you have to get something doing to support yourself about tomorrow. Yeah, I learned it from my boss. I have a boss. It's not that much, but it's how fast you are. You learn it. And being creative, because call it stylist, you have to be creative. And that's all. I am my living, but not just that much, because you know we have a different motive. Maybe if you be looking for 1 million, then maybe you are getting 200,000. But you have to manage it instead of being idle. You understand? So that's it.
What do you tell Nigerian youths that are idle?
It's nothing. It's just to look for something doing instead of being idle. You understand? It's something that you cannot even learn. Maybe it cannot even be 6 months or 3 months. You can learn it. It's something simple. It's free if you are ready for it. Instead of being idle, we'll give it a try.
Afambo Abuchi. Christopher. If no phone, how from phone, I say, I was on why. From all the phone, I say, when I go no, the end of August. I'm no catalam photos, Galwa phone, I'm on me. I case I'm here. I went in a year, I went in 6 months. So, more, I'm on me a year. More, I hope I got signal, catch our low. Mana, the little one, I'm going to do. Okay, young girl, and you get soon when I bump back.
Chimeremma Vivian, or by name, from Enugu State. As you can see, I'm a shoemaker designer by professional. Yes, a lot of gains, at least. Everywhere good, and God has been faithful to it. Depending on the designs, you can get the one of 15, 12, 20, 25, 30,000, depending the one you want. It's not easy, but on the process, once you get it, so you understand what you are doing, it will be easier for you to do. Yes, you have to go through the process now. If you have passion now, I believe if you have passion on something, if you go there, you achieve what you want. Once you are less busy and you are not doing anything, you channel your energy in something else. Skin is good. Handworking is good. At least you earn your own money without being insulted by some major things.
My name is Chemere, known as Papilo of shoes. Well, I don't like discussing about my this, but I can tell you that this work is one of the handmade. How should I put it? Handcrafts work that gives money. Is also good. I didn't work under one boss, like because I started this work in a tender age. Only thing I can drop as something to them is that in life is not that easy for men to just stay and relax at home or all these things. So it's not that easy. That's one. Secondly, everybody needs to have what he or she is doing.
My name is Ogidi Kenneth. I'm from Enugu State. I'm doing shoe making in Ogbeteme Market in Enugu, let's say 14 years now. I have people that I have trained. So I'm still expecting some more people to train. Yeah.
Like how much can you make in a month,
roughly? Let's say approximately in a month, like 100 and something thousand. Because it's everyday work. We amend, we do new ones, we do all kind of work that brings money. As you can see, like Nigerian now, so somebody needs something, hard work, to train himself. Understand? I'm encouraging them to learn anything handwork, because handwork is life. Handwork can help you. Just to learn it and be creative, you'll be making much money. You don't need extra money to start updating. Just to bend down and learn the work. After learning, you'll be progressing.
I'm sewing. I'm learning how to sew. Of course. I would like to make a lot of money from it. The only thing I would like to tell them is to go and learn work, because without this work, you will be depending on human being, and they can disappoint at any time.
My name is Mr. Ido, and I'm doing fashion and designer in Ogbeteme Market. When somebody do business, what you are expecting from there is gain. But when you sit at home or you are just there doing nothing, I don't think there's anything that will come out of it. It's for long ago. It's more than 15 years now. So I believe that when you come here and concentrate to what your guy is teaching you, I believe that at the end of the day you will get a joy and you will be happy on it. My encouragement there is that all the youth is that instead of you to stay idle or doing nothing or waka about, I believe that once you come out there, you decided to do something, at last, at the end of the day, there will be a gain there for you. So I'm advising them to come out and learn something. It's not much to be this. Every other worker out there for them to learn, so that you will surely get gain on it at the end of the day. That's my advice for them.
My name is Aneke again, the president of Obwete Market Traders Association. If you come inside Obwete, as you came today, you will see that Obwete have chance for new people. Any person who wants to learn, work, any handwork, if you come inside Obwete management and the commodity will accept you. And after that, you will see, without being told, you see yourself excelling, being perfect in whatever you learn. In Obwete, we accept everybody, but first of all, the rule of the market. We don't accept any person who is a criminal. We don't accept any person who is a liar. We make sure we tell you the rules and regulations of the market. And once you abide with it, we are going to accept you.
When youths master skills, they master their destiny. Capacity building is not just development, it is liberation. Mesoma Ogodere, Aneke TV.
Sex is sacred, not shameful. In its truest form, it is more than the body. It is soul speaking to soul, fire woven with trust, vulnerability clothed in consent. But when misused, it breaks more than bodies, it fractures spirits. That is why it must be approached with reverence, not recklessness. Let us teach to love before lust, connection before conquest. For when sex is honored, it becomes not just pleasure, but poetry.
The Enugu State Local Government Service Commission has completed a 10-day digital literacy training for staff in Enugu West Zone to boost efficiency and productivity in line with Governor Peter Mbah's modernization agenda. Chairman of the Commission, Honorable Nana Ogbodo, commended the governor for driving the digital transformation of the service and promised to reward outstanding participants while sustaining continuous training.
And then he began to teach the state government workers on how to transit from analog to digital. And then he said, don't leave the local government workers out of it. That is the reason why you people are here.
Special Assistant to the Governor on Digital Economy and MSMEs, Honorable Ndubisi Ede, expressed delight over the participants' performance, describing the initiative as a major step towards bridging digital gaps in the system.
And we took our time, we held them by their hands, because you know, many of them, when they were born, there was no computer. So there were no Gen Zs. But after 10 days, there are all Gen Zs now.
Members of the commission, Peter Nnaji, Amaka Nweke, Bat Ezugu, and Florence Ibozi, praised Governor Mbah's commitment to workers' welfare and the chairman's efforts in repositioning the service.
We're trying to bring up them, to measure up with today's innovation. That's why we deem it fit to organize this training with the help of the chairman of the commission and the governor's vision in enhancing and adding value to the system.
And I want to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency for giving them the privilege to be part of what is happening at the state level, and also to our chairman for also queuing in to the system that is being operated at the state level. So on behalf of the commission, we are very, very happy for all His Excellency has done for the local government staff of Enugu State.
The governor since inception has actually taken a very considerable decisions concerning our local government staff. He has brought up their welfare. He has checked the minimum wage, he has raised it up from 30,000 to 80,000, and he's been trying to enhance their welfare so that they will feel better in their work.
To thank the governor for giving us the opportunity to do this. It's not our own initiative, but his own initiative, and we thank God that everything worked out successfully.
The training officer, Mrs. Mbejo Chinwe Roslyn, and some participants, including Anibu Ogechukwu and Comrade Samuel Okeke, described the program as impactful and timely.
The training exercise, the activities really impacted on the lives of the participants. And I really want to appreciate the governor of Enugu State, His Excellency, Dr. Peter Mba, for giving the local government staff the platform to excel.
I learned a lot of things. I thank God for our governor. He really did well for providing this opportunity for us to learn. Like somebody like me, I don't know much about computer, but this platform now make me to know some, at least some primary aspect of computer.
The training was so successful. I love this training because somebody like me have not even have a time or have an opportunity to touch a computer. But I love to touch the computer, but I don't have the opportunity. But this training exposed me in many ways in Excel, Microsoft Word and Micro PowerPoint to enable me to understand what I'm supposed to know them before now. So I'm so much happy about the training. So the training was okay and fantastic.
The exercise ended with a group photograph marking the successful conclusion of the digital literacy training. Chidemi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Okay, dear viewer, many thanks to you for joining us on your favorite program, The Arena, coming to you on Aneke Television today. I hope you're chilling well wherever you are joining us on our media platforms on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, X, Facebook. Okay, today on The Arena, we will be looking at the crisis rocking the People's Democratic Party. And then let's look at what hope lies there for the opposition political parties in Nigeria. And to help us do justice to this matter, we have a former member of the Enugu State House of Assembly who is joining us virtually all the way from the United States of America, where he is at the moment. Um, Over here in Nigeria, it is afternoon, so am I okay to say good afternoon to you, Honorable Okenwoke?
It's supposed to be good morning, but anything good is okay, whether afternoon, night, or evening. But now it is just 7:07 a.m. here in New York.
Okay, so it is good afternoon for us and it is good morning for you in the United States of America. What a world we live in anyway. I must have to say that it's been a long while. It's been a long while since you traveled, but then the world has become a global village. We appreciate your, deep knowledge of political activities and your analysis. And that's why we have to trace you down to the United States, You can't hide, Honorable Kemuke. You can't hide. All right, so you're welcome on board. So, dear viewer, sit back as the program unfolds. My name is Chris Anibogu. So, Honorable Kemuke, you are a member of the People's Democratic Party, or you were a member. Which one is it for you?
By virtue of orientation and manifesto, I'm a member of PDP. But by virtue of the present happening, Chris, I would say I'm still undecided. I'm still watching the water. So I'm sitting on the fence for now.
All right, you are a politician. We understand. Okay, how would you want to put it? Your party, the People's Democratic Party, gave you, the opportunity to represent your good people, the good people of Igbo Etiti West State Constituency at the Enugu State House of Assembly. Yes, the crisis rocking the party at the moment. How do you see it, sir? How do you see it?
Well, Chris, thank you very much. I think it's quite unfortunate what is happening today in my beloved party, PDP. Remember, PDP started in 1998. And also, just as a matter of correction of some misconceptions, the first chairman of PDP, we should remember, was late Alexis Kweme. Because people will start counting beyond Alexis Kweme as the national chairman of PDP. So, which means, inadvertently, that party is the Southeastern Party by virtue of origination. Because it was the combination of the G18 and G34 that made up PDP. At that time, it was involving all major stakeholders of the northern and southern, I would say, protectorate, excluding the southwest, which was being managed by AD, which were being spearheaded by the present president, Tinubu, and then the late Bola Ige. And then it's not of surprise to me today that the crisis bedeviling PDP has its root cause from the Southwesterner who was ab initio against PDP, even becoming the president of Nigeria today. And little wonder why somebody who says he's a PDP stakeholder working for APC under the present president who was an AD at the inception of the democratic rule in Nigeria is managing the crisis happening in PDP today. Because we really need to know the root cause as to know how we can resolve this issue.
That's right.
And therefore, remember that the present president was the governor of Lagos State then for 2 tenures. After the first tenure of President Olusegun Obasanjo, almost all the southwestern states veered towards PDP except Lagos. And therefore, the man who was there as the governor then is today the president. Why wouldn't you expect some avoidable manipulative crisis in PDP? This is the origin of the crisis of PDP today.
Okay. It's within the nature of man to always shift blames, cast aspersions, accusing fingers when issues arise. Are you trying to blame the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for being responsible for the crisis rocking your party, when we understand that your party is unable to settle itself since the crisis that's erupted with the 2023 elections, beginning with the 2022 primary elections in your party? What has that got to do with the president Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the moment?
Well, if you had read all the interviews granted to the president of Nigeria, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, there was a time he said he is happy that the opposition PDP is having crisis. He was happy, or he is happy. In a pure democratic setup, even the ruling government should not be happy when the opposition is in crisis, because it is only dovetailing to one-party system. So if the president will say openly to the world that he is happy that PDP is having crisis, and by the time you look at the genealogy of this crisis, being somebody working actively with the president's government party in government, then you cannot say it is not inadvertently responsible for the crisis. Because we see Wike being I wouldn't want to go to the point of saying personal non-granta as far as this is concerned. But he is the person, the anchor, the arrowhead of this crisis in PDP.
Okay,
I would say that the president is inadvertently responsible for the crisis, rocking the opposition. Parties, not even PDP, parties in the country.
Okay, we'll get down to the crux of the matter, Honorable Okay. But I just like on the note we started off with you, it's obvious, it's no longer a hidden fact that the PDP, borrowing the words of your former principal while you were in office, during his days in office as well, the former governor of Enugu State, Barrister Sullivan Ihana Chochime, who actually left the PDP when he left his seat as governor. He said that the party PDP that they were members, is dead and cremated. That's exactly his words he used during the day, on the day he actually left your party, the PDP. So it's quite unfortunate, but we are getting signals from the background that we need to go on a very quick break, but that will not take long, and then we'll return to the show, Honorable Okay. When we get back to you, we will be looking at the role played by the principal elements in the party. You know what I mean? Let's leave Bola Ahmed Tinubu by the side. He's a master strategist. We'll give it to him any day, any time. He's a very good strategist when it comes to political strategy. So, but the role played by the principal elements within the party PDP, talking about Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, talking about Nyesom Wike, and then the current national, leadership of the party. We can see what is going on with Damagum, going on with Senator Anyanwu, and the likes of them. And I know you are aware that the current governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, has actually also left the PDP alongside so many other state governors in Nigeria. So we'll return to you, and when we do that, we'll look critically at this issue. Just stay with us, please. Is that okay?
Thank you very much.
All right. So, dear viewer, don't go away. We just got signals that we need to go on this very important break now, but we'll return in the next few seconds. Stay with us.
The Arena with Chris and Ibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris and Ibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
With Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices. Uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV.
The Arena with Chris and Ibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris and Ibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
Oh, okay, good to return to the show, dear viewer. It's still the Arena on Aneke Television, and before I went on that quick break, I told us that we are being joined virtually by Honorable Kenwoke, a former member of the Enugu State House of Assembly, who is joining us virtually all the way from New York in the United States of America. We are just doing an analysis of the crisis rocking the People's Democratic Party. Once upon a time, political party that touted to be the greatest party in Africa. They boasted about it, but today is living in its own shadows. Hello, Honorable Kenwoke, are you there, sir? Hello, can you hear me, sir? Hello, Honorable Kenwoke. Can you hear me, sir? Okay, I think we are having some connection challenges here, but hello, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you here.
Okay, you're hearing me.
Yeah.
All right, so good to return with you to the show. Before we went on the break, I told you, yes, it's good. It's good we are pointing, accusing fingers, outside the party. But let's look within. Let's look within, just to see the role being played by some principal elements in your party, the PDP. Honorable Kenwoke, how would you describe the role played by Elijah Atiku Abubakar, who has eventually even also stormed the PDP? The PDP made him the presidential candidate of the party during the 2018-2019 general elections. In the 2022-2023 elections, he also stood in as a presidential candidate of the party, only for him to dump the party now. The role played by Eze Onwike, the FCT minister, former governor of Rivers State, is also on the other hand. So we'll take it one at a time. We'll begin with Elijah Atiku Abubakar's role, please. In your own words.
All right, then. All right, thank you, Chris. For Atiku Abubakar, his role is like what my traditional Ako people would say, that the cough assisted the sick man to die. First of all, I ran an election in 2018, 2019 as House of Reps. I wanted to go for House of Reps. So every activities that culminated in bringing in Secondus as the national chairman of PDP, we were there at the Eagle Square when it played out. A single person was allowed to do that, which was just a week. But like you say, we will have to come to that later. Now, Atiku Abubakar wanted to run an election. He had his conspirators, and they worked that out in 2019. Then dovetailing to 2023, at a point when even the party system said they are going to get stuck on the zoning system. If you could remember, Atiku Abubakar said, if this presidential ticket is going to be zoned to the south, it should be micro-zoned to the southeast. And once it is zoned and micro-zoned to the southeast, he was not going to run that election. But having his own shrewd activities, went and then concocted the zoning committee, which was made up of some governors, where they now were supposed to micro-zone that ticket to southeast. Doing everything, at the end of the day, they now say, oh, it's an open ticket for everybody to run. When it was now brought south, which was in negation with the agreement or the vocal agreement that Atiku said. So Atiku now found it that it was now becoming for Wike to be the only candidate to run. Microzoning to South-South. Now, why would Wike want to run for presidency when it was Jonathan living there? Jonathan, who made him the minister and then assisted him to be who he is. So after Jonathan running for an election, or winning an election and being a president, then the next president should be Wike, and then Wike will be happy, and will say we are running one Nigeria. So that now led to Atiku saying, no, the agreement is already disrupted at the beginning. So he now had to come to run. People should not be blaming Atiku for coming to run that election in 2023.
Oh, really?
People should be blaming Wike.
Oh, really?
For wanting to use his own resources and his own shrewdness to allot that ticket to himself. And that was where all this crisis started. And you could see from removing Secondus, because Secondus being from his own state cannot be the national chairman of the party while he will be run for president, forcefully removing Wike. Then when Iyota Yonan came to stand the ground of the party constitution, he now removed Yotayo. Now look at Damagu, he brought it, bringing them together with Netanyahu. And when Damagu began to remember him, recall himself, you could see now, he's now between Anyanwu and Damagu now, causing the crisis. So the pivot of this crisis, apart from the unseen hand of the ruling party, I can say, hands on Wike himself. Not even Atiku. Atiku has nothing to do with this. Atiku came out to run for 2020 election because they faulted in the zoning system, using the zoning committee made up of some of our governors who are people we knew.
And one of such governors happens to be the former governor of Enugu State, your own brother from Enugu North constituency where you're coming from. I'm talking about former governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. Isn't that so?
That's correct.
Aha.
But what I saw in it, having to actually not be so forceful against that decision was that he was only a person in that committee. A committee of 5. I don't think if he had even stood his ground to say no, that there would have been, he would have made a difference, even if he was the chairman of that committee. Remember, we always say that the majority takes the vote. The minority can have their say. So at the end of the day, because of the unilateral influence Wike was having on the party, through the national chairman, through being the sponsor of this the party and every other financial sponsor, donor, now have to influence everything coming out of it. So even though the former governor, who happens to be my brother, whom I know too well, was part of that committee, we can't forgive him to an extent that he himself alone would have made a difference. But the only thing we would have said is he would have voiced out his own minority voice, even though the majority would have taken the stand.
Well, we also understand that some of them had to rally around Nyesom Week, constitute themselves into a group called the Integrity Men of Integrity, the G5. Aha. So we saw the role each of them play. But let's not concentrate our discussion on that angle. Let's look at the role played by Eze Onwike. You seem to be exonerating Alhaji Atiku Abubakar from the whole crisis. So if you are saying the crisis is all about Wike's own personal interest, which could be selfish, if there's any word like that in politics anyway, why did the PDP allow itself to be single-handedly, run under the domineering influence of Nyesom Wike as an individual? Could a political party turn to be a pawn in the hands of just one individual? Honorable Okewoke.
Chris, thank you very much. Well, the unfortunate thing is the way we run politics in our own climate. They always look at politics as taking money from the system, not even giving. So if anybody who has an inadvertent thought or idea comes into the party, you always see the person taking over. Because what would have asked you, like I said here, I said the issue of PDP crisis didn't start 2023 or 20, it started in 2017. I was there at the Ego Square. He said, and I quote, "Where were you people when I was funding this party?" It's only in Nigerian climate that you can see one person boast. If it is to be in a Western country, Wike would have been in prison for even making that statement, because no single person, they will ask you, where are you getting the money you are using to fund the party? For a candidate to run an election in a Western climate, you must declare where every penny you are using for that election comes to. So, but he had to make that statement in 2017, and everybody had to back down to allow him bring Secondus, which means he was running PDP as a personal business. That was where the crisis started. And so when Secondus, he now also found Secondus to have been done what he wanted, and Secondus became a spent bullet, he also removed him and brought the Yochari single-handedly. But this was against the principle of the people who established the party when late Alex Ekweme was a member of the party, when former President Obasanjo was the member, Bamanga Tokoro, Audo Ogbe, Amadou Ali, name them. Even though the sitting president wants to change a national chairman, a sitting president then like Olusegun Obasanjo or Jonathan, there will be the process. I was at Eagle Square when the acting national chairman, who was my own uncle and brother, Okwinwodo, His Excellency, was removed as an acting national chairman. He still took the processes of the National Working Committee, no matter how concocted. But not for one person to sit in his house, in his parlor, and then say, oh, it's going to be Secondus. Oh, I'm removing Secondus. Oh, it's going to be HI. Oh, I'm removing the HI. It's going to be Damagu. Oh, Anyanwu, who ran an election in Imo State as a governor, when they have failed the election, came back and still, and then people are looking at it that he is still, and then there's a divide that, oh, he's still the national secretary of the party. Oh, he is not. That wouldn't have done. And then we also cast the blame on some other sitting governors there. What were you doing with your own state fund? Because I know Wike didn't fund PDP with his own personal money. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have the wherewithal. I have to be frank to you. He was using River State money. And somebody is in Enugu State as a governor. Somebody was in Oyo State as a governor. Dito Benue State. Where were you that 5 governors will come and will be rallying under another governor of yours as if you are following a president? So, in as much as we are blaming Wike, we are also passing the buck on all these sitting stakeholders. Why would I wrote a letter, not quite 3 weeks to former Governor Okwinwodo. I said, if your father was alive and a member of PDP, this thing happening to PDP will not happen. Why were we so complacent and docile that one single person would tend to take over the whole party, a national party like PDP? It was unfortunate. So Wike has his own blame, but also other stakeholders, well-meaning stakeholders. For instance, you talked about my former, he was not my former principal because I was not under him. I was in the House of Assembly.
Yes, you were under, you worked under us. I
didn't work under him. I worked with him. I was the part of legislature. He was part of the executive.
That's right.
So for the former Governor Sullivan to say that PDP is cremated, is dead and cremated, is so unfortunate because he benefited. He was a commissioner under PDP. He was a governor for 8 years under PDP. And immediately he left. Less than 6 months when he left, he ran into APC. That is biting the finger that fed you. And then standing up to say that it's dead and cremated, what did you do to resuscitate that part? So everybody has a blame on that. As we get along.
All right. Now, it's obvious Ezenwike is wielding, uncontrollable influence over the party. We understand from your analysis and some other analysis of some pundits that he was responsible for the emergence of the national executive structure of the party. Because the question remains, if Wike is still in PDP and he's working for an APC government, shouldn't there be sanctions? Why has he not been suspended on anti-party grounds? Why is he still there? On the case with Anyanwu, yes, you said Anyanwu left as national secretary to contest the governorship election in Imo. We understand. But when he lost the election, he returned. He said he did not resign. I went through your constitution, the PDP constitution. I went through the constitution. And I think there is a lacuna in the constitution that says the person may resign. May. I think that's where he capitalized his position to say, okay, I did not resign, so I'm back again to my position. So, the back and forth, Honorable K, yes, the back and forth. The back and forth. We will continue blaming and blaming. Now, back to the current matter now in the party. We saw when the NWC started preparing for the national convention of the party. But then some elements went to court, especially the National Secretary, saying on grounds of some allegations, you understand. Only the other day for us to hear the news report that the Secretary has been suspended by the National Working Committee. And again, the National Secretary has in turn suspended the National Chairman. What is going on, okay? Is this the once upon a time political party that boasted to be the largest in Africa? What is going on?
Thank you, Chris. That is the unseen hand I am talking about. Now, on a very natural level of equity, justice, and fairness, between the national chairman of a party and the secretary, who is more powerful? That's the first question.
Okay.
Yeah. And then secondly, now, in a constituted national working committee, and the chairman, national chairman, between the national chairman and the national secretary, who first suspended who? Now, the third question is, can a suspended personnel or individual in the national working committee turn around to suspend the national chairman? Now, the question is that the answers are: one, the national chairman is more powerful than the national secretary in a constituted national working committee.
Okay.
Secondly, the national chairman was the first to suspend the national secretary. And until the national secretary turned around to suspend the national chairman, the national secretary remained suspended. So in a very, very organized crime, there is no even way the national secretary will stand up to say anything again because the national chairman has suspended him. But why allowing such to continue, and maybe they will now go to court, and then court will start listening to such petitions and say, who is the organizing secretary was suspended more than 24 hours. It wasn't even as if it was simultaneous. It wasn't parallel. It took about 24 hours before the organizing secretary came up to have the purported suspension of the national, which is null and void to the extent of every law that I know.
And at the moment, we understand there is an acting chairman of the party. Does that stand?
Instituted by who? By Anyanwanko. And gullible people like Fayoshe will not say that recognizing who? Do you recognize illegality? That is the country we have found ourselves. Why would you say you are recognizing acting national chairman instituted by a suspended national secretary of the party? It doesn't work that way. So you see that the whole thing is just to push the party more into crisis, which will continue until after 2027 election. And then why do you tell me that it is not being managed by the ruling party?
Okay, now, as things stands at the moment, Honorable Kenwoke, as things stands in the party, would you blame our brother, the governor of Enugu State, who once stood as the leader of the PDP in the Southeast, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, for actually dumping the party to joining the ruling APC? Would you blame him for doing that?
Well, Chris, it's 50-50. Initially, he would be blamed because if Wike was to wield this force because he was a governor, and no more a governor today, but a minister, we expected our state governor to wear that shield of being the party leader and then standing his ground. But unfortunately, the fear of the next election, I'm a governor. I have to make this statement. It's unfortunate, but I worked with Chimaroke for some time until I came to the house. Chimaroke will tell you, do you know the powers of a governor? That red pen is more powerful than even the green. Wike is a minister for crying out loud. Today, our governor has appointed a minister a designate who is going to go for screening. That is what it looks like. You cannot compare the powers of a governor to that of a minister. But I didn't know where the fear or the phobia came that made our governor succumb so easily to move. Because the fear is that he will run the election and there will be some court litigations and he may lose the election.
That's right.
But I knew that even in Abia State, when Ojozo Kalo ran out of favor with Obasanjo in PDP, he had to institute a PPA, put a candidate there, and then won an election. Even when PDP was the national, was the ruling party. I didn't know. Tinubu ran election 2 times in Lagos State against PDP and won. Where is all these fears coming from? Has anything changed in Nigeria that we don't know? So these are the things we have initially had to blame him, but because he wants to remain in power beyond 2027 to keep doing the good work he's doing, nobody will blame him. That's the way I see it.
All right, that's where you see it. Well, before we round off on the show, what hope lies ahead for the party and the rest of the opposition parties in Nigeria? Because the way it begins to look, with the mass defection of governors, politicians leaving the PDP, leaving the Labour Party, joining the All Progressives Congress, as we speak now in the Southeast, PDP is not having any state at the moment in the Southeast. In the South, you are aware that the current governor of Bayelsa, Diodiri, has equally joined the APC just the other day. So out of the 6 states in the South, we just have the Rivers State, Fubara, whom we also understand he's one leg here and one leg there. He's actually, we could say he's of the PDP anyway. But the remaining 5 states in the South are all APC states. And if you go to the Southwest, we'll give it to Oyo State. Makinde has been standing his grounds. Adeleke of Osun State has been standing his grounds in the PDP, but the others are APC. And then let's go to the North, and North Central, Northeast, Northwest. So it's beginning to look like we are drifting towards one-party system in Nigeria. What hope lies there for the opposition parties, especially your party, the PDP, now?
Well, Chris, let me say something.
Go ahead.
Don't do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. And then we have to live in memories. If you can remember, when it was PDP, it was almost 28 states PDP. There was a time it was 28 states of Nigeria PDP. Where are they today? So the defection will come. The resultant effect is implosion. And then after 2027 election, moving down to 2031, let's see what happens. The same thing, because we are recycling. It's a vicious movement, vicious circle. Yeah, the government in power, everybody goes there to get the national cake. The government in power leaves. Everybody wants to run election, implosion, and then we scatter, and we still find our way. Until we do it differently. Until the institutions are given the strength and powers to stand, it is still good. So it's not. Don't be surprised. Let everybody not be deterred. Yeah, everybody at the point, maybe 2027, the 36 states will run in APC, but some people will be disillusioned, and by 2031, it's going to scatter. So it's just a vicious movement. But PDP, if they're able beyond expunging the bad eggs like Wike and Co in the system, finding their foot, will still come back. It is quite different to convince people. If you go to my town now, it is very difficult to convince an old woman that there is something like PDP, which is what our state APC is going to have a little, because the woman knows umbrella and only umbrella. He doesn't know Dr. Pitamba, he doesn't know Ugwai, he doesn't know Naj. What he knows is umbrella. So by the time you want to now convince him to go to Broom, you must have to do some more detailed work. And detail most of those PDP, like if you go to Bauchi, it is going to be very hard for you to say you are expunging everything concerning PDP. Because this party has rooted in them. So I am strongly believing that beyond the storm, PDP is still going to bounce back.
Beyond the storm, PDP is going to bounce back. The BOT chairman of the PDP, the former Senate President of Nigeria, Adolfo Sunwabara, today has been calling on the PDP stalwarts to come together for peace to reign. Do you think the principal elements in the party PDP will listen to him, especially looking at his position as a BOT chairman?
Because the needful has not been done.
What is the needful?
Let the national chairman or the National Working Committee open their mouth and say, we are suspending Wike from PDP today. He will go to court. Other things will come, but first of all, make that pronouncement. Why is it hard for the PDP stakeholders, the National Working Committee, inclusive with the BOT, opening their mouth to say, Wike, you are suspended from PDP? What is anti-party, for crying out loud? What is happening? What is happening and people are keeping quiet? What is the cause of this complacency? Is it voodoo? I don't believe in voodoo. This thing was not up to what the acting national chairman Okumodo did, and he was removed from being the acting chairman. It was just an internal party affair. But this is somebody line who can sing body and spirit and soul, working with the ruling party and coming to cause unnecessary and avoidable obstructions. And what is the board saying? What can the board with the National Working Committee suspend Wike? Let's see whether the world will come to an end that day.
All right, so that's the needful that needs to be done.
What he is doing, what he is calling people, might not work, because for me, you have not. I am running an information technology career here. What in looking for a problem, we look at the root cause. And why you get to the root cause is to get the thing solved and not allow it happen again. The root cause of the crisis in PDP is Wike, and until Wike is suspended and sacked, let him go to court. People will be going there to court to respect, and then the PDP will use that time to reorganize themselves and move ahead.
All right, we'll leave discussion there until more developments comes up. We expect more development to come up in the next few days or weeks in the party. We equally look forward to having you join us. I know we had to stress you, bringing you on the show today, but then you're always a media-friendly person back in the days, and thank you for availing us the opportunity now. I don't know, you are in the United States of America. Party ideology is supreme in the party systems there. We know of the Republicans, we know of the Democrats. And we also understand an election just took place the other day. Was it not 4th November, somewhere in the US, or I don't know. You could talk to us about it, because we understand to an extent you had some involvement in the elections there too. Am I right, sir?
Well, it's behind the scene involvement, okay? It's a behind the scene involvement of technologies being used, that's all.
All right, now, so
yeah,
what?
But you could see what is happening here. The president is there. Election was run. Democrats won the party. The election. The Democrat won in New York, won in New Jersey. So that is what it's supposed to be. Let the masses, let the people vote. Let the best candidates come. That's all.
That's all right. Okay, there are some other national and international burning issues we would like to take up with you from time to time. We hope you're going to avail us the opportunity. The president of U.S., where you are right now, has sent a message, a warning message to the Nigerian government over the killing of Christians here. We are still watching to see what happens next. We are looking at electoral reforms in the country, Nigeria, as we get geared for the 2027 election. These are issues we'd like to take up with you, hopefully anytime soon. I hope you will avail us the opportunity, sir.
The pleasure will be mine.
That's all right.
And I appreciate Aneke TV, and I hope the global reach will continue, because it's a welcome development, because technology has made the world a village. And therefore, I see Aneke TV tapping into this development and sustaining it beyond this time. So I appreciate Aneke TV for what they are doing.
Honorable Kenwoke, former member Enugu State House of Assembly, where he represented the good people of Ibuetiti West constituency, has been our guest today on the show. Thank you very much, sir. So, dear viewer, that's where we'll wrap it up on the show today. We hope you have added more to your knowledge of the ongoing crisis rocking the PDP. Well, we don't know what hope the opposition parties have in the country, but we hope for the better. My name is Chris Anibogo, signing out.
Thank you.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot. Sex is sacred, not shameful. In its truest form, it is more than the body. It is soul speaking to soul, fire woven with trust, vulnerability clothed in consent. But when misused,
It breaks more than bodies, it fractures spirits. That is why it must be approached with reverence, not recklessness. Let us teach to love before lust, connection before conquest. For when sex is honored, it becomes not just pleasure, but poetry. Beauty is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty, raw, radiant, and real.
The Enugu State Local Government Service Commission has completed a 10-day digital literacy training for staff in Enugu West Zone to boost efficiency and productivity in line with Governor Peter Mbah's modernization agenda. Chairman of the Commission, Honorable Nana Obodo, commended the governor for driving the digital transformation of the service and promised to reward outstanding participants while sustaining continuous training.
And then he began to teach the state government workers on how to transit from analog to digital. And then he said, don't leave the local government workers out of it. That is the reason why you people are here.
Special Assistant to the Governor on Digital Economy and MSMEs, Honorable Ndubisi Ede, expressed delight over the participants' performance, describing the initiative as a major step towards bridging digital gaps in the system.
And we took our time, we held them by their hands. Because you know, many of them, when they were born, there was no computer. So there were no Gen Zs. But after 10 days, there are all Gen Zs now.
Members of the commission, Peter Nnaji, Amaka Nweke, Bat Ezugu, and Florence Ibozi, praised Governor Mbah's commitment to workers' welfare and the chairman's efforts in repositioning the service.
We're trying to bring up them, to measure up with today's innovation. That's why we deem it fit to organize this training with the help of the chairman of the commission and the governor's vision in enhancing and adding value to the system.
And I want to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency for giving them the privilege to be part of what is happening at the state level, and also to our chairman for also queuing in to the system that is being operated at the state level. So on behalf of the commission, we are very, very happy for all His Excellency has done for the local government staff of Enugu State.
The governor since inception has actually taken a very considerable decisions concerning our local government staff. He has brought up their welfare, he has checked the minimum wage, he has raised it up from 30,000 to 80,000, and he's been trying to enhance their welfare so that they will feel better in their work.
To thank the governor for giving us the opportunity to do this. It's not our own initiative, but his own initiative, and we thank God that everything worked out successfully.
The training officer, Mrs. Mbejo Forchinwe Roslyn, and some participants, including Anibu Ogechukwu and Comrade Samuel Okeke, described the program as impactful and timely.
The training exercise, the activities really impacted on the lives of the participants. And I really want to appreciate the governor of Enugu State, His Excellency, Dr. Peter Mbah, for giving the local government staff the platform to excel.
I learned a lot of things. I thank God for our governor. He really did well for providing this opportunity for us to learn. Like somebody like me, I don't know much about computer, but this platform now make me to know some, at least some primary aspects of computer.
The training was so successful. I love this training because someone like me have not even have a time or have an opportunity to touch a computer. But I love to touch the computer, but I don't have the opportunity. But this training exposed me in many ways in Excel, Microsoft Word, and Micro PowerPoint to enable me to understand what I'm supposed to know them before now. So I'm so much happy about the training. So the training was okay and fantastic.
The exercise ended with a group photograph marking the successful conclusion of the digital literacy training. Chidemi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Ebonyi, Enugu, including our other brothers that are on the other side of the geographical zone of the country that are also Igbos. Unfortunately, like I said ab initio, the Onyanyana 1 year concept appears to have been lost because these days a whole lot of things have changed. Why I emphasize on the concept of Onyanyana 1 year, let me also begin this brief presentation by first letting us know about who is Onyebuchimba. Onyebuchimba briefly is born and brought up here in Enugu State, Uzuwani precisely. Onyebuchimba, the only child of his late parents. Onyebuchimba was not born blind, but by the provisions of nature, will I say unfairness of nature, I saw myself in the disability world. At the age of 11, by children playing, I lost my first sight, as in my right eye. And by that play, a whole lot of things began to manifest in my life, knowing the family I came from as such poor family background and being the only child. Unfortunately, the poor parents couldn't change anything because that saw me through. I mean, making use of my one eye, I finished up my primary education, was taken to Lagos as Igbo man now, pure typical Igbo man, Igbo boy. While in Lagos, I had another incident that a colleague also slapped me on the remaining eye, and that brought about the closure of both eyes. That particular slap that happened in Lagos in 1996 and happened again in 1998 August was on a different occasion by different individuals. And in the year 2000, Onyebuchimba, after armed robbery attack that nearly took my life in Lagos in a shop, I told my master that I need to go home. For a living dog, the Bible says, better than dead lion. I returned back home meeting my poor parents. My mother in particular, seeing me return back home blind, was shocked and fainted. And that shock, after 5 years, she passed on. My father also passed on. Onyebuchi was left alone in the house. You know, people come in, if you want to eat, come to my house. If you want to drink water, come to my house. A reverend father took me to intervene and took me to special school of River. That was the turnaround to my life, because by then I actually felt I was the only blind person. But getting to River special education made me to begin to see life in another dimension. I not only saw other fellow persons with visual impairment, but began to gather the courage that in spite of this so-called visual impairment, blindness, I can still make it, and I can still make it. One thing that also inspired me was that there was a time on Radio Nigeria that I do listen to radio very well, and there was this program called You Can Make It. I don't miss that program. I don't joke with that program. I continue to listen to that program, and it continued to inspire me. And here am I today, from OG to CIC, from CIC to College of Education to Nnamdi Azikiwe University, and counting. Onyebuchi is still standing, and this is not the peak. So why are we saying all this? We are saying all this because somebody somewhere desires that inspiration. Somebody somewhere may be down, thinking that all hope is gone. If you are here and you know a boy, a girl, a child with disability, any form, that is down there in the different families. Maybe the family may have been hidden and hiding that child. Go and tell them that there is hope in every disabled child or in every physically challenged child. Go and tell that family to bring out their child, that child can still be useful, not only to himself, not only to the family, but to the society. So I want to say that I would like to introduce us to international documents that will speak to the dignity of man, that will speak to the inclusion of one another in state and societal affairs. Unfortunately, it appears we have a whole lot of documents and policies that were never implemented and that have not really served the problems of man, including, particularly persons with disabilities. If you talk of United Nations rights on persons with disabilities, the Convention of UN on Rights of Persons with Disability, it speaks on three key concepts: accessibility, participation, and inclusion. And if you are to bring it down to Aligbo, how is that accessibility in our own society? How is that participation in our own society? How is that inclusion in our own society? I understand the fact that disability law sometimes, a few years ago in Nigeria, appears to become the order of the day. But like I said also, we have too many policies, too many documents, but the problems appear to be on the increase, unsolved. Lamentations, issues affecting persons with disabilities on the rise without much attention given to it. And one is beginning to ask a different question: what is the problem? There was a time we thought disability law, absence of disability law in Nigeria has become the problem. But we had disability law 2018. This is 2025. About 23 states or more in Nigeria have actually domesticated this law. And Southeast in particular, Abia has done theirs. Disability Commission is ongoing running. Anambra has also done theirs. The commission is running. Imo State has also passed and signed into law, waiting for the Disability Commission to come on board. Ebonyi State has also done theirs, waiting for governor's assent to the law, to the bill for it to become a law. Enugu State also did theirs in 2023. And then 2 years down the line, there is nothing to show about the much desired Disability Commission. And we're asking, what other measure, what other approach can we begin to adopt to get not only the attention of the state actors, but also you and I in the society, but also the market women, but also the religious leaders, for us to collectively know that we are talking about Ebebere Ugobere. Onyaya na nwanne ya concept in United Nations, they call it Operation Leave No One Behind. Leave no one behind is a slogan from UN. And we're asking that question. In Nigeria today, Southeast as a region, Ali Igbo, how far are we? Where are we in all of these? Is it that we are to leave the aspect of the laws? What stage are we currently? The state actors appear not to be giving a listening ear to disability matters. The followers appears not to be giving a listening ear to disability matters. How do I mean? Every society, Nelson Mandela said that every society is measured by the way and manner such society regards and treats issues affecting the vulnerable. Our political leaders today, appointments 2 years down the line, too many appointments have been made. Commissioners, SSAs, this and that. In Enugu State and the whole of Anigbo, how many persons with disabilities are there? Policies are being made. How many persons with disabilities are there speaking? Like I said, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities focuses on three key concepts: accessibility, participation, and inclusion. How accessible is our government house here? Assuming I walk into the government house now, even to see, as a citizen, bona fide one for that matter, to see my leader, how accessible. Not to talk of the public infrastructure that we do see, houses built here and there that which here users cannot in any way access nor enter. Too many questions begging for answer. Participation is far-fetched, not to talk of inclusion. But we will continue to cry this cry. If you read that of African Charter on Rights, on Human Rights and People's on Human and People's Rights, 1981, it also emphasizes on three key concepts of dignity, equity, and justice. And that same question is, being asked: where is the dignity of man in Igbo land? Where is the equality that man desires in Igbo land? Echem nandi Igbo na ikwu na asị na-eme onye ka emere ibe ya. Obi adị ya mma. How can we now get to the leadership ladder and then you forgot the fact that name will be sepota? There is no family or no village here that will tell me they have no child or no single man or woman with disability. Over 25 million persons with disabilities are in Nigeria today. More than them. Like that's why I said over. And then if we are to break that 25 million down to states, how much do you think should be the quota of Enugu and Igbo in particular, in general? In a civilized society, the number of persons with disabilities in Enugu state alone can vote in or vote out a governor. If in a sane and a society where things work the way it's supposed to work, the number of individuals with disabilities can determine who governs a state. But here in this part of the world, the reverse is the case. In the ongoing voter registration processes, what are the plans to capture these individuals? What are the mechanisms put in place for the interest of this? In fact, myself standing here personally, I've reached out to Enugu Aneke office on how to deliberately plan for how persons with disabilities could be brought into the region. And the feedback I got after some days or weeks was to tell them to return back to their various local government areas. Yet, in Aneke office, we have a disability desk. So this calls for worry. And while we talk of all of the concepts where international treaties and charters about human rights and persons with disabilities focuses on, that of National Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Law of 2018 also speaks to the dignity and rights of individuals with disabilities. But the question now is, how much are we enjoying those rights as provided? Like we were sharing before coming on stage, I remember some of us following up that of Enugu State Disability Laws passage in 2023, and you can hear some of our representatives, honorable men, saying, no, Honorable Speaker, this document is a white man document. Our environment is entirely a different thing. In fact, Honorable Speaker, the way I look at this document, it cannot sell here. Our environment is totally a different one from that of a Oyibo man. It's a different one from that of Oyibo, but the phone we are using is not a different one from that of Oyibo. The vehicle we are driving is not a different one from that of Oyibo. The plane we are entering is not different from that of Oyibo. Every other thing, the mansions and the monies we are packing and making are not different from that of the white men. But when it comes to matters affecting a certain segment of the society, it becomes Oyibo man property. We are preaching sustainable development goal as the SDG provides from 1 to 17 all over Igbo. Tell me one of it that is functional, targeting individuals that all of these policies and programs were meant for. From that of zero hunger, from that of zero poverty, from that of quality education, from just name them, from that of accessible and a decent workplace and all that, none. And that is why I keep talking about our leader who is seated here, a boss I respect so much, Sir David Aneke, who in years past when he was, traveling all over the country, Enugu was one of the states where he implemented his programs. And that was part of the capacity that gave us this voice you are hearing today. That was what actually opened our eyes. He said that days of charity are gone. We cannot continue to live in charity. Charity has not changed in my life, because give me 100,000 naira today, I will spend it tomorrow. And then I will return back next tomorrow to ask for more. But teach me how to get that 100,000. I will make a way to be getting it for myself and for my family. Who says that a person with disability does not deserve a life of dignity? You went to the primary school, I went to the same primary school. You went to secondary school, I went to the same secondary school. You went to higher institution, I went to the same higher institution. And then we came out to struggle for opportunities. Who do you think will have that better edge? It is a call for our governors in Igbo land to begin to be intentional on disability matters. No longer charity, not pity, not sympathy. It is all about empathy. Look at yourself. Think if you are the one. Put yourself in my shoe. Anyone seated here or standing here under the sound of my voice, close your eyes. Just try to close your eyes within a minute or two. If you wouldn't mind, walk around closing your eyes. Ask yourself, how do you feel closing your eyes to navigate? If you can find a wheelchair, find it and practicalize it. Use wheelchair to move around. You feel it and know how it pains, it pinches. If you are hearing, find something and close your, as in, just put up your two ears, and then know whether you can hear and hear well. These are some of the practical ways of getting to know what others are feeling. In public infrastructure provisions, no state in Igbo land is intentional in making our roads accessible for individuals with disabilities. That is what accessibility is all about. You can say you built 10 kilometers of road in your tenure, but how accessible are those roads? How accessible? Can a wheelchair user navigate through the same road? Can a blind man or woman, a blind child? I am using this word for us to understand this language. Otherwise, you know that UN and the international standard says visual impairment, hearing impairment. But I discovered that in this part of the world, until you use a raw phrase or phrases, people will not get to know you. Like in Atensoka some months ago, I was in a bike, and the police officer stopped us, asked us to park. I said, sir, please, can you allow us to? I'm a special person. And he said, come on, go and park there, special person. Who told you? Are you the only special person in Nigeria? I mean, to be a special person. Go and park there. I told the Okada guy, please go and park. And then we parked. By the time the police officer later met us and said, show me this. I said, Oga, I think I pleaded with you to allow us go, that I'm a special person. You know, I'm blind. And then he said, hey, now you are talking. You should have told me that you are blind and you are telling me special person. So that is the situation we are in. I got admitted into one of the tertiary institutions in the state. And you know what? During the first semester, I wrote to the management of the school for them to approve a copper or any one of their choice to come into the exam hall and read question papers to my hearing while I make use of my typewriting machine. Second in command, after reading my letter, queried why I was admitted into that school. Who admitted a blind person in this school? How did I get here? By that time, Onyebuchi of today, well, you know, life they say is in stages. If it is today, I would have helped him to, you know, get to the other side. But I still thank God that while he was, you know, querying my admission, another lecturer came in and then told him, Oga, hey, you don't know that there is a policy called inclusive education policy that allows these people to school at any school of their choice, be it primary, secondary, or tertiary, so long as they can, you know, fit in. It was then after that he now said, okay, no problem. And then what the man did was, during every exam, he will enter into exam hall and come and stand on my side. He will stand to be watching and know the possibilities in impossibility. But to God be the glory, man was proving wrong. I didn't only graduate from that school as just normal, but I graduated in a very clean sheet. So that is ability and disability we are talking about. We that are in disability world, we are not such persons that will graduate and begin to ask, where is your certificate? If you need my own, I can publish it. I know of a colleague at UNN who walked into a lecturer class, room where the lecture was ongoing while he came in. The lecturer asked him one derogatory question. Where are you from? He said, I'm coming from outside the school. From outside the school? I said, yes, sir. Who and who did you see at the gate while coming in? The man responded, I saw people selling this, selling that, standing, doing this. He said, no, there are other categories of individuals that is at that gate. I need you to mention them. The guy continued until he mentioned those that are begging. I saw those begging at the gate. The lecturer now responded, yes, that is where you're supposed to belong. This is more than disability itself. This is more than disability itself. The attitudinal change of the society is very much important and paramount to what we advocate for. Inclusive and Igbo can only be possible when you use phrases that promote the dignity of man to individuals with disabilities, knowing that what is good for the goose is also good for the gander. It can only be possible when we begin to feel the pains of one another. I want to appreciate the media, Enugu media houses. So many of them are doing wonderfully well supporting persons with disabilities, giving us voice. But we need more, like Oliver Twist. We need stations that will take up disability matters as a steady program on radio. So that our society will begin to know what they never knew. Sometimes I also know. I must not also forget the fact that some act in ignorance. Some actually do not know what they are doing. Just like Jesus will say, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing. We understand that side. But Tonya Nakuzi with Antikemota, because learning is not only in the classroom. When you see me standing on the way to, flag down any vehicle or keke rider going to any part of Enugu, many times if I'm to share the experiences that persons with disabilities face, you will cry. And that is why we say it is not by sympathy, it is by empathy. Join us. Take up this matter as part of your work. Speak on behalf of the vulnerable, the weak. Let the strong carry the weak. Let's continue this journey together. We need one another. I will stand on the way to, I'll come out early in the morning going to work or going to any place. I may end up going late because why? The keke riders will see me. The moment they notice that I'm a person with a visual impairment, the person will zoom off. Hey, I can't carry this person. If you're on wheelchair, the person, if you ask them, they will say, hey, how can I be carrying person on wheelchair? Is that what I came out for? Forgetting that same thing that happened to that mama, that papa, that boy or girl can happen to anybody. It is not me tomorrow, it can be me tomorrow. I mean, it is not me today, it can be me tomorrow. The message is clear. I want to emphasize more and round off by saying that a call to Enugu State Disability Commission is no longer, it has become a matter that should no longer be postponed. We call on Enugu State Government, we call on Ebonyi State Government, we call on Imo State Government to implement and inaugurate the Disability Rights Commission of their various states. And by crying the cry of each other, we will have an inclusive and Igbo that will serve the interests of all, irrespective of ability or disability. I will end here for the purpose of time. God bless us all.
My thoughts around the topic today, I must commend Onyebuchi Festus for opening our eyes on key issues, leaders coming here to participate in conversations that has to do with our people. When I saw the likes of Professor Chido Denkalo, Chidenye Mbozubu, who is more or less my colleagues in government, and other eminent personalities coming here to lift our mind on some of the things we need to understand. So ihe a gara anọ na hem na bi ukwu ugbu a m ga-agbalị ka m kwuo ngwa ngwa I'll be leading us to understand where I'm coming from. Ebe m si na-abịa ihe onye Igbo nwere disability na-ahụ, you know, when disability occur, what we experience. Ihe isi ike a na-ahụ by disability may the kind of hurdles we struggle with as people with disabilities. Iwu ndị nke anyị kwesịrị ịma onye buchi egbutukwala ya ọnụ, some of the laws that has to do with people's disabilities. I will only be sharing with you kam si na-eje na Abia State. Then m ga-agbalịkwa ihe m nwere ike iji hụ na nkọwakwara ihe anyị kwesịrị ime as ụmụ Igbo, a kind of recommendations why we have these conversations. Permit me to state here that everything I'm going to say is my personal opinion. It has nothing to do with the office I occupy, I've occupied before, but personal experience, because as they told you, I'm a political appointee and I work with government. Ladies and gentlemen, disability is real. Disability can occur at any time. As we are sitting here, someone, somewhere, is losing either his eyes, his ear, or his limbs. If you want to understand what I'm talking about, you can go to orthopedic hospital here. You will see people, either their hand is up or their leg is up. You can see other people who are struggling with the part of their body. So it has nothing to do whether I'm rich. In fact, the more rich you are, the more vulnerable. You can suffer diabetes, and diabetes can amputate your 2 legs or your 2 hands. The more poor you are, the more susceptible you are to acquiring disability. So if you are poor, you will face disability. So when we talk about inclusive Alibo, we are looking at to what extent do we accommodate everybody, whether you have disability or not. I don't know much about disability until you had a part of it when I lost my 2 hands in Freetown, Sierra Leone. I'm a businessman. I started life as a clearing and forwarding agent in Port Harcourt. I did clearing. From clearing and forwarding, I started exporting. I was exporting to Angola, to Rwanda, to Sao Tome and Principe. I was also exporting to far South Africa, Mozambique. Later, I also started investing in business around West Coast. West Coast is from Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Senegal, Burkina Faso, and all the rest, because I enjoy export. Export is like when you do pound 1 from 10. You know, when you export, they pay you in dollar. By the time you get back to Nigeria, if you change it with the current exchange rate, you'll be smiling. In those days, the exchange rate was $1 to 18 naira. So when you know what it means, you do export. When you come back to Nigeria, you are happy. So if you can do once in a quarter, if you can load 1 container load of goods and you export it, you're okay for the quarter. So export was good for me. So I decided to invest in West Coast. Unfortunately, the RUF rebels, they were fighting to overtake the government. They captured me because of my identity as a Nigerian. And in the course of the interrogation, they decided they are going to cut off my 2 hands. I begged them. I said, go to my warehouse, go to my residence, anything you like, just take. But don't cut my hand. But they told me that the instruction was that any Nigerian found in this place must be killed. Better still, the 2 hands must be chopped off. So while I was arguing, negotiating for them to release other Nigerians that were captured within my area, they came and said the instruction was that my 2 hands must be chopped off. So they asked me to position my hand in a stool. That same stool and the knife has been used to cut other people's hands in my presence. One of them is Benedict Ebuna. He's from Anambra State. And Emma Ebuna. They are all my friends. And Benedict did not survive it. Benedict died on the spot. But Emma also survived like me. But my own was more severe. So when they cut my left hand, I said, how much do you want? Let me buy the right hand. I don't want you to cut my right hand. They said, no. That the instruction is that my 2 hands must be chopped off. So I started begging. While I was begging, the rebels, about 14-year-old boy, cocked the AK-47 and wanted to open fire on me. I said, okay, you can cut the right hand. So I gave him the right hand, I put it in his stool. They cut it and cut it and cut it. So as I was crying and shouting, I was calling on God to help me. One of the rebels came to me and said, why did I call God here? But we don't call God here. So they brought fuel and poured on me and set me on fire. So while the fire was blazing, the commander came and said, who set me on fire? They should remove the fire, they should off it. And the instruction is that I should go and tell the ECOMOG commander, who is a Nigerian, General Maswell Kobe, that they should leave Nigeria, leave Sierra Leone, that Sierra Leone is not for Nigerians. So as I was moving from that place, as I was going, they pour water, they remove the fire, and then I started walking along Waterside Junction. It was there that the UN contingents came to rescue me. The Nigerian contingent of ECOMOG cleared the way, captured the area, and I was asked to move me. And from there, they moved me to Kodot Hospital in Freetown, where I was given first aid. The Nigerian contingent of ECOMOG came, and they lifted me and took me to ECOMOG Hospital, where I was treated. Then they brought their aircraft called Charlie. And they brought Charlie. I was evacuated with Charlie with helicopter, flown back to Lunga Airport, from Lunga Airport to Yaba, Lagos. That was on the 3rd of February, 1999. And I was in the whole of 1919, that February to August, I was being treated at the military hospital Yaba. I was confirmed stable, August 30th, and I was discharged. Discharged to face the reality. Discharged to see how it means to be a person without hands. So everybody believed that the future is bleak and nothing good will come out of me again. The moment I got back to Aba, where I was raised, where we live, stigma, discrimination, isolation was activated. So I was like, how am I going to do? How am I going to live life? How am I going to overcome the stigma of disability? My friends, when they see me, because we live in a first floor, when they see me, they will pass the other way so that they will not see, interact with me. Sometimes when guys are drinking in the bar, they will be discussing me. And when I'm coming, people will put their hand in their pocket to look for what they will give to me. So immediately I was classified as a beggar. But something happened. I was writing to different governments, asking for support. I wrote to Abia State government. My request was rejected. I wrote to Enugu State governor. All the governors in the eastern states of Nigeria, I wrote to all of them, asking for support. Because my case was televised in the television. People were listening to it. It was being read everywhere. And guess what? Nobody cares. Nobody was interested in my story. So, what I did was it got to a stage, it was affecting my mental health. So I had to leave Alibo. I have to leave Alibo and move to Lagos. On getting to Lagos, the governor then of Lagos State, his name is Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was the governor of Lagos State. The same letter I wrote to my governor, I sent it to him, and he replied me and asked that they should conduct medical examination on me and advise him. So the doctors in Lagos State, they called me, they said, His Excellency, I should come. I came, they examined me, they looked at my condition, they asked me a question, and they wrote back to the governor and told him that I need to be evacuated to Germany for medical treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, I must thank the government and good people of Lagos State for rehabilitating me. If there is anything good in me today, beyond my family, it is Lagos State. I must tell you the truth. Alibo is the most hostile place to live with disability. Yes. We go to church, but we don't know church. Yes. We pray to God, but we don't know God. Alibo. If you're a person with disability, if you want to marry somebody without disability, it's a task. You can't. They are the sisters. The sister of the person you want to marry will say no. In fact, our stigma stands from our sisters and our mothers. If your mother accepts you or your sister accepts you as a person with disability, the whole world will accept you. If your sister rejects you or your mother rejects you, the whole world will reject you. What helped me was that my mom and my sister accepted me, and they keep pushing me, keep pushing me, keep pushing me to where I am today. The question is, why am I here standing talking? I didn't mean to come. When I came back, I was flown to Germany, Otterburg, where my artificial hand was fixed. My artificial hand was fixed. It was people that contributed the money. They did a fundraising for me. And they got the money. I was flown to Otterburg. The hand was fixed. So when I came back, I discovered what it means to live with disability in Nigeria, or to be a person with disability. I was like, what can we do to help other people with disability, for them to recuperate, get rehabilitation, and start to live a better life? That's how we founded an organization called Amputees Rehabilitation Foundation, because we believe that charity, or through medical, that we can be able to support people with disabilities. And we tried it and tried it. It was the most difficult thing to do, because the bulk of the Constitution says the welfare of security and welfare of the citizen is the purpose of government. The citizens individually may find it difficult, and the right of people with disabilities were grossly abused. Nobody cares. Even the civil society group do not understand their role and responsibility in protecting people with disabilities. It was while I was interfacing with Amputee Foundation, I was engaging with the mainstream civil society organization using CNO as a point of contact, that the likes of late Chimobane, Professor Chido Nkalo, late Innocent Chukwuma, and many other, forceful men and women with capacity, they began to mentor me, to lead me on what it means to do this work, because they begin to see what I was seeing. Because every time they publish a book, I say there is no conversation around disability issues, and they say it's correct. That was how we had to change the name of our organization from Amputee Rehabilitation Foundation to Center for Citizens with Disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, there are different models of disability, and these models of disability represent the way we treat disability issues in our community. One of the first models we use as a people to address disability issues is what we call religious or traditional model of disability. The religious model or traditional model of disability postulate that people with disability suffer disability by reason of the sins they committed. Therefore, for them to recover, they should confess, or sacrifice should be made to the gods, so that they will be able to come back or accepted or regain their lives. So people who promote religious model of disability, what they do is that when they see people with disabilities, they pray, they do fasting, they do anointing service, they do a healing program. In fact, when they want to do crusade, what we'll be hearing is that the lame will walk, the blind will see, the deaf will hear. But is that what people with disabilities want? No, that's not what they want. That's not what they want. So if you go to church, if they say stretch out your hand, stretch out your hand. Every church member will be targeting the person with disability. And when they stretch your hand, if your hand didn't come, they start suspecting you that this one. they begin to suspect you that your sin is too much, and your faith is very weak. That is why you are not. No, I'm not being suffered like that. So because of that, people with disabilities, they don't go to church. You don't see them in churches, because they feel that they'll be target of prayer request. At the traditional way, the traditional people, they will ostracize you, they will stigmatize you. Your parents will not have a voice in the community. If they want to discuss you, they say, hey, Mama nka na ahozo. Hey, Papa nka nwanne na ahozo. Onka mpa ya na enwe aka. So they will not call you by your name. They will call you with your type of disability. I'm not meant to lie before. You've heard it before, So that's what that's how they describe you. So that model believes that if they make sacrifice, if you confess your sin, or if they do anointing service or deliverance, disability will not occur again. That one is there. The limitation is that it promotes stigma, it promotes exclusion, it also promotes other harmful practices. Then there is another model of disability which we call medical model. The medical model of disability postulates that every disability has a medical solution. Every disability has a medical solution. So you are not seeing where we bring contact lens, we bring all manner of operation. They will take you to one surgical doctor or the other. In fact, your family will know all the doctors in Enugu that can operate the eyes, because they believe that with medical model you can be able to recuperate and gain your sight or your limb or your whatever type of disability you're undergoing. Yes, medical can support, medical can help. Science is increasing, but the issue is that when families focuses on all this without paying attention to other related issues, the individual will probably suffer stigma, discrimination, and other harmful practices. The barrier will continue to increase day by day. And the model of disability, which we also provide and other people uses it, is a social model of disability. The social model of disability postulates that it is the society that makes people with disabilities to struggle in life. That if societies are able to remove the barrier that hinder people with disabilities, that people with disabilities will be able to participate and enjoy freedom, liberty, and contribute to the socio-economic development. So the social model postulates that we all must take responsibility for the pain and agony and the barrier people with disabilities faces. So the question is, when you go to church, when you go to school, what barrier do you see that hinder people with disabilities that you need to remove? We'll be discussing this barrier. Then the other model, which we also use, is the right-based approach. The right-based approach postulates that we should treat people with disabilities with dignity and respect. That they have right to education, right to health, right to rehabilitation, right to community life, right to access to public infrastructure, communication, name it, all the rights. That is right-based approach. So if you apply right-based approach and social model of disability, you will discover that people with disabilities will be able to participate in the society on equal basis. The question is, what are the hurdles that people with disabilities suffer in their? Don't relate with him. It is that promotes stigma. It is that promotes isolation. It is that attitude, because attitude you can't see it. So attitude is a very wicked, barrier that makes people with disabilities to struggle in life. It says that people with disabilities struggle to participate in the society due to lack of access. So, I've told them that they should go and review it. That place is a suicide joint. But when you have RAM, access is beyond RAM. It's beyond what? How will she do it? Just look at your church toilet. All of us go to church. Am I correct? We go to church. We go to school. We go to work. Just look at either your office or your school or your office where you work. Look at the toilet. Ask yourself, if this my comrade on wheelchair enter your office, if she says she's pressed, where can she use your restroom? So if the restroom is not accessible, there is no access. So I want you to pay attention to it, because when we say we are the one causing the difficulty people with disabilities are going through, look at yourself and hold yourself to account. That is environmental barrier. There's another barrier called institutional barrier. What do I call it? Institutional barrier is, I heard when Festus was saying, we have laws, but are not implementing it. It's beyond law. So when organizations do not have law, do not have a policy that speaks and say, in this organization, we don't discriminate by reason of disability. If you don't have such statement, if you don't have such value in your organization, if you don't have such statement in societies where you belong, there is institutional barrier. Because institutional barrier postulates that you should have law, you should have policy, you should have guidelines that ensures that no one is discriminated, no one is blocked, no one suffers barrier by reason of disability. Then the other barrier or hurdle people with disabilities struggle is communication barrier. What do I call it? communication barrier. Communication barrier has to do with ability to communicate. You can see this fine lady beside me here. She is communicating to the deaf community. And the deaf community is hearing what I'm saying because there is a sign language interpreter interpreting to her. The blind community wants to hear, wants to understand, wants to feel, wants to know what is going on within the environment. So to a blind person, he needs audio. He wants to hear what you are saying. He needs description of the environment so that he can be able to hear, to communicate, and be able to fit in within the society. So if we're able to understand how this barrier manifests in different areas of our work, then you will understand why the laws we have are very, very important. The reason is because we have, as he mentioned earlier, the United Nations Declaration of Human and People's Rights, including the UN Convention, the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act, the Nigerian Constitution, as well as state disability laws. All they are saying is remove barrier. That's what they are saying. All these laws, they are saying remove barrier, remove barrier, remove barrier, and ensure that people with disabilities are able to participate and be able to enjoy the benefits others are enjoying. And when these barriers are removed, what are we going to get? What we are going to get is that you will see more people with disabilities participating, contributing. You will see the burden of taking care of that person with disabilities lifted, reduced in their family. You only see, improved socio-economic status of these people with disabilities. You can see Festus. He's learned. He has gone to school. He works. He earns. So he takes care of other people, not just for himself, but he takes care of other people. Unlike other people that are not privileged to go to school or being lifted, every members of their family are involved in taking care of them. Today, Chichi will take care. Next tomorrow, Chukwu will take care. The other day, Ifeanyi will handle, because the individual is not able to live independently like every other person. And that thing is that it increases poverty. It increases what? It increases what? Because disability causes poverty. The cost of taking care of one person with disability is so high. Do you know the artificial hand I'm using now? This artificial hand, when I bought it in 2003, it was 5 million naira in 2003. But today, it's 28 million naira. 28 million. So even if you go to a governor and say, hey, Mr. Governor, I want you to help me to buy artificial hand. Immediately you tell him how much. You say 28 million naira. The first thing he will remember, I can use it to mobilize people to vote for me. I can use that 28 million naira to do empowerment. You want me to give it to only you? I don't think it's possible, though. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's how politicians think. That's how they think. So it's so when we are able to open barrier, allow people to participate, allow them to be part of the society, the burden of taking care of them is highly reduced, and the life become more easier for them to participate. Ladies and gentlemen, you may ask, what are we doing? Mr. David, they say you are commission chairman. What are you doing in Abia State in order to change the status quo for people with disabilities? We discovered that passing the law is one. And that is to understand the law. And that is to take action in order to ensure the full implementation of the law. So in my state, I'm so privileged to have a governor. His name is Dr. Alex Choma Oti. What he did was to establish the Commission for People with Disabilities. Not only establishing it, in fact, in his manifesto, when he was campaigning, the key statement he made is that he wants people with disabilities to participate in leadership positions. So for people with disabilities to participate in leadership position, there are a lot of things to put in place to make that to happen. One of them is to appoint a special advisor or assistant to him on persons with disabilities. And that was the first thing he did when he came to office. Beyond that, he went further to ensure that the Disability Commission is also established with 5 persons with disabilities appointed as board members. As I speak to you, the board is running. The board also, the commission has a budget, because one thing is to understand disability issues, one thing is to understand the law, one thing is to know what to do, but if the government do not make budget for its implementation, it can't go far. We've seen different states that have disability commissions, but there is no budget. You can imagine a commission that their annual budget is 500,000 naira. What are you going to use it to do? You can't even pay flight ticket from Owerri to Abuja and come back. You know what that means. So what that means is that it's just on the paper, that much is not being done. I'm privileged to work with a governor who prioritizes inclusion, who prioritizes equal opportunity, who prioritizes participation. So today, we've trained the permanent secretaries in Abia State on disability law on how to make budget and implement it in favor of people with disabilities. We've not only ended there, we've also trained the local government chairmen, because we discovered that many people with disabilities are living in the rural area. They struggle to meet with their the councilmen to get understand. Even the councilmen do not understand. So we said we're also going to build their own capacity. So we have to build the capacity of the chairman of local government, not only building their capacity on their own and responsibility, but also building their capacity on how to make budget for artificial hand, for wheelchair, for white cane, for interpreters, for accessible environment, so that by the time they start their work, we won't be building again when they are building. If you are building a house and you make provision for that, you won't struggle to redo it again. So they bought into it, and in fact, they are sending me text messages that, Mr. David, what we've said, we're implementing it, because I told them that if they do it well, I'm going to send their name to the UN, so that the UN to come and see the good practice they are doing and be able to live their work for international visibility. And it became a competition among themselves. Everybody's trying to see how he can bring out something or the other, so that we can use it to showcase that they are doing very well. But beyond that, also we are creating awareness, because we discovered that people are not aware about what we are talking about. Just recently, we are focusing on children with intellectual disability. Our budget for 2025 is 35% for health and education. Then we say, if we are having 35% for health and education, and health and educational practitioners do not understand disability issues, it's going to be a minus for us. So what we are doing now is that we are training supervisory counselors on education and health, teachers and healthcare service providers in the local government across the state on disability inclusion. Just yesterday, we finished with 3 local governments where their health workers, educational supervisors, and other service providers on inclusion and disability, so that they will be able, as children are coming in to register, when they see a child with disability, they will be able to recognize it. They will be able to know what to do, how to position it. If nurses or doctors see people with disabilities, they know what to do. Let me tell you why engaging the doctors and nurses is very important. When women with disabilities go to hospital, they suffer much, especially if they have hearing impairment or they are on wheelchair, especially when they are pregnant. Some nurses can be rude. Not this one that I hear. You hear all this issue. Hey, who did this thing to you? Hey, the man that pregnant you, that man is a wicked man. So everybody's entitled to it. And before you know it, many even childbirth. A typical example is my colleague in the company. So capacity building, training of stakeholders within the government is critical. Therefore, clubs say about people with disabilities, of the age grade, the constitution of the town union. Please, it's time for us to review it. And
the Center for Memories for always organizing this monthly event. It's very sacred and very sacrosanct that we have conversations like this. The Ford Foundation for a very sacred call to everybody. In fact, in my village, we have our own construct of it. I'm from Ngo, and we say, that if you're privileged to have a spoon to eat with, you must also remember that there are those who are using their hands to eat. Although I've queried that sometimes, because I ask if there's a competition, an eating competition, I would rather use my hands to eat than to use a spoon, because I know I would, get a lot of muscles down there quickly. And yes, just to follow Angole's advice, Yagaze Obiwanne is a tall, dark, am I very tall? Somebody said very tall. Experience of our society for those who are living with special needs. So
it was Robert Greene who asserted, "The future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways." The Wise Counsel greatly explores why it is permanent for growing youths to learn and master in-demand skills. There are skills one can engage in to boost independence, employability, self-confidence, and entrepreneurship. Some of them include events decoration, hairstyling, furniture making, painting, tiling, and house decoration. Likewise, some tech skills such as search engine optimization, ethical hacking, web design, and game development. Although learning these skills could be time-consuming, difficult, and unclear, it is advised to keep learning until you become a master of it. Learning a skill is not enough. It requires mastering to compete favorably in the marketplace. When Aneke TV interacted with some residents of Enugu, they said that mastering a good skill was a gateway to financial freedom, economic empowerment, and a nation building.
My name is Tochukwu Ikeme Austin. I'm a stylist. I fix nails. We do pedicure, manicure. We do both locking. You understand? Both piercing, any type of piercing. That's what we do for a living. But instead of being idle, you have to get something doing to support yourself about tomorrow. Yeah, I learned it from my boss. I have a boss. It's not that much, but it's how fast you are. You learn it. And being creative, because call it stylist, you have to be creative. And that's all. I am my living, but not just that much, because you know we have a different motive. Maybe if you be looking for 1 million, maybe you are getting 200,000. But you have to manage it instead of being idle. You understand? So that's it.
What do you tell Nigerian youths that are idle moving around?
It's nothing. It's just to look for something doing instead of being idle. You understand? It's something that you cannot even learn. Maybe you cannot even be 6 months or 3 months. You can learn it. It's something simple. It's free if you are ready for it. Instead of being idle, we'll give it a try.
Afambo Abuchi Christopher. If no phone, all from phone, I say, Azon, from all the phone, I say, when I go no, the end doors, August. I'm not catalan potosbo, Belwa phone, I'm Ewe case I'm went in a year, went in 6 months. So, more, I'm a year, more. I hope we got signal, catch our law. Mana the little one mutagodu oge young ego and you get soon ya when a bomb bag.
Chimerema Vivian, or by name, from Enugu State. As you can see, I'm a shoemaker designer by profession. Yes, a lot of gains, at least. Everywhere good, and God has been faithful to it. Depending on the designs, you can get the one of 15, 12, 20, 25,000.
Good afternoon and welcome to the News at 3 on Aneke TV. First, let's look at stories making the headlines. Nigeria to establish strategic food reserve to support farmers year-round. Senator Nwoko advocates inclusive and participatory leadership. Peace restored in Kano North and security forces neutralized 19 bandits. Oyo Task Force intensifies crackdown on land grabbing activities. Ondo police rescued kidnapped women, arrest 4 suspects. Federal government to demolish and reconstruct Ido Bridge after fire incident. Senate moves to accelerate Nigeria's transition to electric vehicles. Nigeria Customs Service generated 76 billion naira revenue in October. I am Amaka Nichi. Now the news in details. Nigeria has recorded another milestone in climate action with the formal submission of its third nationally determined contribution, NDC 3.0, to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The move positions the country for fresh global partnerships and climate investments at the ongoing COP30 summit in Belém, Brazil. Vice President Kashim Shettima is scheduled to present Nigeria's green transition roadmap to world leaders, outlining a strategy to translate climate pledges into projects that attract financing and technology transfer. The roadmap will highlight new policy frameworks that integrate sustainability with industrial growth. Director General of the National Council on Climate Change, Mrs. Tenioye Majikodumi, said Nigeria's early submission makes it the first West African nation to do so, describing it as a turning point from paper to project. She said the move demonstrates Nigeria's readiness for a low-carbon future aligned with its development priorities. She also disclosed that the federal government's recent approval of a national carbon market framework and operationalization of the Climate Change Fund will boost investor confidence. According to her, these efforts send a strong signal that Nigeria is open for credible carbon investments capable of delivering both climate mitigation and community benefits. Nigerians in the United States have rejected any suggestion of U.S. military intervention in Nigeria under the pretext of protecting Christians. The position was made clear in a statement jointly signed by 20 Nigerian organizations, including the Organization for the Advancement of Nigerians, OAN, led by Ms. Temi Arigbeshola. The groups were reacting to reported comments by former U.S. President Donald Trump, who had allegedly threatened to invade Nigeria following the country's designation as a country of particular concern over alleged religious violence. The organizations insisted that Nigeria's sovereignty must be respected at all times. They stated that while insecurity and targeted attacks are deeply concerning, foreign military presence is not the solution. Instead, they urged the Nigerian government to take full responsibility for safeguarding its people and strengthening national security institutions. The coalition further expressed disappointment at the inability of past administrations to halt killings and communal clashes across the country. They called for urgent, coordinated action by the federal government to end the violence and protect vulnerable communities nationwide. The federal government says it is strengthening its strategic food reserve as part of efforts to stabilize prices and ensure year-round support for farmers. Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, disclosed this during a working visit to agro-processing facilities in Kaduna State. The minister explained that the initiative will enhance dry season farming, curb post-harvest losses, and help farmers overcome the challenges of input costs. He said the move aligns with President Tinubu's food security agenda and will ensure local production meets growing demand. Kyari commended farmers and processors partnering with the ministry, including Tomato Jaws, which collaborates with more than 350 smallholder farmers to produce tomato paste for domestic and export markets. He said such partnerships are crucial in achieving food sovereignty and job creation. The minister added that the country's 33 grain silos with a combined capacity of over 1.1 million metric tons will be fully utilized to maintain food availability. He emphasized that the government's commitment to long-term food sustainability will drive economic growth and rural development. Still on the local news, Senator Ned Nwoko has renewed calls for inclusive and people-centered governance, urging political leaders to prioritize the welfare of citizens over partisan interest. Speaking in Abuja, the Delta North lawmaker said national progress depends on innovation, justice, and equitable leadership. Nwoko highlighted that in his 2 years in the Senate, He has sponsored 34 bills covering issues such as youth empowerment, housing reforms, electoral courts, and national security. He said these initiatives are designed to address the nation's socio-economic challenges and promote accountability. He noted that his legislative interventions also span health, education, agriculture, and diaspora participation in governance, including the push for diaspora voting and military service opportunities for youths. According to him, such measures will deepen civic responsibility and patriotism. The senator reaffirmed his commitment to transparent leadership and strong institutions. He said good governance must directly translate to better living conditions for Nigerians, especially in rural areas that often feel excluded from the dividends of democracy. Labour Party governorship candidate in Anambra State, George Moghalu, has urged the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to use Saturday's off-cycle governorship election to redeem its image and restore public confidence in the electoral process. Speaking on the channel's television program, Moghalu said INEC's credibility was crucial to the success of the poll, in which 16 political parties are participating. He warned that any lapse could erode trust and trigger unrest. He dismissed fears that members of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, or its armed wing, the Eastern Security Network, could disrupt the election. According to him, such groups have no authority to interfere with the democratic process. The LP candidate also appealed to security agencies to remain professional, urging them to protect voters and create an enabling atmosphere for credible participation. He stressed that the outcome must reflect the people's will, free from intimidation or manipulation. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amopiton, says the commission will prioritize electoral justice to reduce post-election litigations and ensure credible polls. He made this known in an interview with journalists in Oka, Anambra State. Amopiton explained that litigation remains a constitutional right, but said INEC would strive to deliver elections that are so transparent and lawful that losers would have no reason to contest results. He added that legal disputes often drain resources and delay governance. The INEC boss noted that the cost of election petitions from tribunals to appellate courts is high, urging all stakeholders to comply strictly with the law to avoid needless cases. He said compliance with the Constitution, Electoral Act, and INEC guidelines will guarantee fairness. Amopiton also pledged to promote inclusivity, especially for persons with disabilities, while strengthening logistics and technology for future elections. He reaffirmed the Commission's resolve to uphold integrity and transparency in all electoral activities. Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin has assured residents of Kano North that banditry and other crimes will not be allowed to destabilize their communities. He gave the assurance following the neutralization of nighttime bandits by security forces in Shanono local government area. The senator praised the Joint Task Force operation, MESA, for its swift and coordinated response, which followed a major attack. He mourned 2 soldiers and a vigilante member who lost their lives in the operation, describing them as heroes who died in service to the nation. Barau called on residents to remain vigilant and report suspicious movements to security operatives. He said collective intelligence sharing would help prevent criminals fleeing their states from infiltrating Kano. He reaffirmed his commitment to strengthening security collaboration between government agencies and local communities. The senator said peace and stability remain key to sustaining economic growth and social development in the Northwest region. The Oyo State Real Properties Protection Law Agency Task Force has clarified its operational scope, explaining that it investigates land-related crimes but does not adjudicate ownership disputes. The clarification follows public misconceptions about the agency's mandate. Chairman of the agency, Justice Olajumoke Aiki, retired, said the task force operates strictly under the Real Properties Protection Law of 2016. She emphasized that its work focuses on curbing land grabbing, fraudulent transactions, and violent property takeovers in collaboration with law enforcement agencies. Justice Aiki disclosed that since its full activation in 2023, the agency has handled more than 3,500 petitions and successfully concluded about 1,000 cases. She said the public enlightenment campaigns were ongoing to sensitize residents about legal property acquisition and documentation. The chairman added that the agency operates independently of the Olubadon's Mediation Committee, but partners with the Ministry of Justice and security agencies. Governor Seyi Makinde recently equipped the task force with additional vehicles and logistics support to enhance its effectiveness. The Ondo State Police Command has rescued a kidnapped woman, Mrs. Oluwaseun Adebayo, and arrested 4 suspects involved in her abduction in Akure. The incident occurred along Welu Street in the Ilekun area of the state capital. Police Public Relations Officer DSP Olushola Ayanlade said the swift response followed the distress call from a Good Samaritan who witnessed the abduction. Operatives immediately launched a pursuit and intercepted the suspect's vehicle near ShopRite roundabout. The victim was safely rescued and the unregistered Toyota Camry used for the operation was recovered as evidence. The suspects are currently in custody and assisting with investigations to uncover their wider network. Commissioner of Police Adebowale Lawal commended the bravery of the officers and the vigilance of residents. He urged continued collaboration with security agencies to sustain intelligence-driven policing and ensure a safer environment across the state. Tension has escalated in Ugoton Sude community of Enugu State, where residents staged a peaceful protest against alleged land grabbing by Empower Energy Limited. The demonstrators accused the company of forcefully taking over their ancestral farmlands despite a pending court case. The protesters carried placards and chanted solidarity songs calling on Governor Peter Mbah to intervene and stop what they described as illegal encroachment and destruction of property. They alleged that the company had deployed security personnel to intimidate villagers. Community leaders said the land dispute dates back to 2019, when the firm allegedly began clearing portions of land meant for agricultural use. They urged the state government to ensure justice and prevent further environmental damage. However, Empower Energy has denied allegations, insisting that the land was legally acquired through a joint venture agreement with the Enugu State government. The company maintained that its operations will ultimately benefit the community through jobs and infrastructure. And this news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Nigeria to establish a strategic food reserve to support farmers year-round. Senator Nwoko advocates inclusive participatory leadership. Still to come, federal government to demolish and reconstruct Ido Bridge after fire incident. Senate moves to accelerate Nigeria's transition to electric vehicles. Please stay with us.
The Arena with Chris and Ibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris and Ibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
You're still watching the news at 3 on Aneke TV. Now we'll bring you the rest of the news. The federal government has announced plans to demolish and rebuild sections of the Ido Bridge in Lagos, following extensive damage caused by multiple fire outbreaks and collisions with heavy-duty vehicles. The project will commence later this month and last approximately 3 months. According to the Ministry of Works, the reconstruction will begin with the Apapa-bound section, while light vehicles will be diverted through Carter Bridge. Articulated trucks will be rerouted to Echo Bridge, 3rd Mainland Bridge, and Herbert Macaulay Way to ease congestion. The ministry explained that from next week, all heavy-duty vehicles will be restricted from using Ido Bridge to allow for preliminary works and height barrier installations. Demolition of the damaged decks is expected to start on November 22. A joint task force comprising the FRSC, LASMA and police has been mobilized to manage traffic and ensure safety throughout the reconstruction. The project is expected to be completed by March 2026, improving traffic flow and road safety for the Busy corridor. The Port Harcourt Second Area Command of the Nigeria Customs Service has recorded its highest ever monthly revenue, collecting 76 billion naira in October 2025. The achievement marks a significant boost to national revenue generation and trade compliance. Area Controller Liu Al-Khali attributed the success to robust engagement with stakeholders and effective coordination among unit heads. He said the command prioritized compliance, trade facilitation and efficiency in its daily operations. Comptroller Al-Khali explained that the record collection reflects the impact of reforms initiated by the Customs Service under the leadership of Comptroller General Bashir Adeniyi. He said enhanced automation and transparency had improved port clearance times and reduced the leakages. The command reaffirmed its commitment to surpassing future targets and strengthening Nigeria's non-oil revenue base. Stakeholders commended the achievement, describing it as a vote of confidence in the customs modernization and integrity framework. The Nigerian Senate has advanced deliberations on the Electric Vehicle Transition and Green Mobility Bill 2025, aimed at steering the country toward cleaner energy and sustainable transportation. The bill passed its second reading on Thursday after robust debate. The proposed legislation seeks to phase out petrol vehicles gradually while encouraging local production of electric vehicles on charging infrastructure. It provides for tax holidays, import duty waivers, and toll exemptions to attract investors and promote adoption. Lawmakers stress that the transition will reduce carbon emissions, improve public health, and create new jobs in renewable technology. They also emphasize the need for domestic assembly of vehicles to boost local industries and converse foreign exchange. Under the bill, foreign automakers operating in Nigeria must source at least 30% of vehicle components locally by 2030 or face penalties. The proposal has been referred to the Senate Committee on Industry for further scrutiny, with a report expected within 4 weeks. Tension has escalated in Uguto Nsude community of Enugu State, where residents staged a peaceful protest against alleged land grabbing by Empire Energy Limited. The demonstrators accused the company of forcefully taking over their ancestral farmlands despite a pending court case. The protesters carried placards and chanted solidarity songs, calling on Governor Pitamba to intervene and stop what they described as illegal encroachment and destruction of property. In business, Nigeria has successfully raised $2.35 billion through Eurobond issuance to finance part of its 2025 budget deficit and other development priorities. The issuance comprises $1.25 billion for 10 years at 8.63% and $1.10 billion for 20 years at 9.13%. The Debt Management Office confirmed that investor demand exceeded $13 billion, reflecting strong market confidence in Nigeria's fiscal reforms. The Eurobonds will be listed on the London Stock Exchange, FMDQ, and NGX for transparency and accessibility. President Bola Tinubu described the successful issuance as a clear signal of sustained international confidence in Nigeria's economic direction. Finance Minister Wale Edun and DMO Director General Patience Oniha said proceeds will support growth-oriented projects. Chapel Hill Denham, Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan and Standard Chartered served as joint book runners for the transaction. The government said it remains committed to prudent debt management and attracting foreign investments into critical sectors. We move to the world of sports. In sports, Super Eagles forward Ademola Lookman was involved in a heated altercation with his manager, Ivan Juric, during Atalanta's UEFA Champions League victory over Marseille. The confrontation occurred in the 74th minute after Lookman, in the 74th minute after Lookman was substituted Eyewitnesses reported that Jurich grabbed and pushed the Nigerian forward before teammates and officials intervened. Club CEO Luca Pekasi and Captain Martin Deron quickly stepped in to defuse the situation and restore order. Reports suggest the disagreement extended into the dressing room, sparking speculation about Lookman's future in the Italian club. The incident follows earlier tensions between the player and former manager Gianpiero Gasperini. Fans have expressed concern that the clash could lead to disciplinary action or an eventual transfer. Lookman, who has been instrumental in Atalanta's campaign, is yet to issue an official statement regarding the confrontation. In entertainment, Nigerian music veteran Daddy Fresh has been bedridden for over 2 years, battling multiple health conditions including kidney and liver complications, neuropathy and partial blindness. His situation has sparked a widespread call for financial and moral support. Actor and filmmaker Kunle Afod recently visited the ailing artist and shared a video showing his deteriorating condition. He revealed that Daddy Fresh's prolonged illness had drained his resources, leaving him struggling to meet medical expenses. The musician, who was a leading voice in Nigeria's reggae scene in the 1990s, now requires urgent medical attention and regular blood transfusions. Reports say he is also facing eviction from his home due to mountain bills. Afford appealed to fans, colleagues and philanthropists to rally around the veteran singer, describing him as a national treasure who gave his bits to the Nigerian music industry. Support initiatives are being discussed by stakeholders in the entertainment community. And that's all on the news at 3 on Aneke TV. But before we end the news, here are the main points. Nigeria to establish strategic food reserve to support farmers year-round. Peace restored in Kano North as security forces neutralized 19 bandits. Nigeria Customs Service generated 76 billion naira revenue in October. And that's the news at 3 p.m. For more updates and breaking stories, follow Aneke across all social media platforms or call 0703 043 7110 for eyewitness reports. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Asogwa, I am Amaka Nnechi. Thank you for joining us.
$30,000, depending the one you want. It's not easy, but on the process, once you get it, so you understand what you are doing, it will be easier for you to do. Yes, you have to go through the process now. If you have passion now, I believe if you have passion on something, if you go there, you achieve what you want. Once you are less busy and you are not doing anything, you channel your energy in something else. Skin is good.